freaking ask for it. Ugh. But yeah. People used to get really wasted. Like I'm like, come on, man, you're gonna freaking
Fights in
get
the
on
parking
me
lot all the time.
for a little bit of celebrating after like really good bowling. Like if you're just nailing strikes and hitting just shit left and right, you're gonna be loud. At least I was.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty
dude, the place went dark at a certain hour. Like you had to go. You knew that you had to go, and if you didn't know, they would tell you you got to go. Maybe it changed a bit. At least that's how it was when I was there.
It was Tuesday night. It was Tuesday night bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd go out in the freaking car and smoke fucking weed, and then we'd come in and bowl.
Want to go bowling? What a crazy time. Hey, what's going on in the chat? Any new folks? Anybody want to learn about duck pin bowling?
LIGO bowling?
Yeah. Bowling for lasers. Yeah. LIGO bowling. Yeah, let's turn LIGO into a bowling alley.
Hell yeah, put that place to some good use for once.
Yeah, we know it's level. We know it's going to be a fair bowling alley. I bet there are a lot of flat earthers in Baltimore just because it's so weird. Well, so what do you guys think is the most triggering topic for Globies? Is it the gas pressure thing? Is it Coriolis? What do you find is the most triggering fact that gets them in a tizzy?
Horizon is horizontal.
It's got to be the curve. It's got to be the fact that there is no curve.
Yeah.
They get so butthurt.
Yeah. Yeah, and every time they think they have one, you have to remind them that they don't.
I actually just woke up because super busy night at work last night. But I woke up, I looked at my phone. Someone was spamming my phone. Last night I sent him the where's the horizon, A, B, C, or D, and he's decided to send me a couple messages. He says, "Who says that's even a real picture, dude?" And then he says, "LOL." And then I guess billions of other pictures are also fabricated. I woke up and he's like, "Oh, okay, you want smoke? Let's fucking dance." And
oh wait, you were the guy that wrangled like 10 of them at once, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I logged in right after that happened. We were chatting for a few. I missed it.
Oh yeah.
I missed the bloodbath.
Yeah, I'm adding you in just in case something like that happens. Oh fuck.
So you sent them the Black Swan with like the ABCD at the bottom, like.
Yeah, and he says, "This is like a guy I know IRL." And he says, he says, "Who says that's even a real picture, dude?" He says, "I guess billions of other pictures are also fabricated." And I said, "Answer A, B, C, or D first." And then I sent him 3 more pictures of the Black Swan along with the video. And then I said, meanwhile, all of the Earth pictures are made in Photoshop. And I show him all the Photoshop and Robert Simmons saying it's Photoshop.
Yeah.
And then I show him the Pluto on Pluto, the dog from Mickey Mouse. And he says, I respect what you believe, and I'm not looking to get into a conversation about it, to be honest. I said, okay, so stop being intellectually dishonest and answer me honestly. I said, where's the horizon? A, B, C, or D? And he blocked me.
Oh, jeez. So MC Toon the other day was saying the way to defeat the Black Swan image is by pointing out 3 horizons.
There's that. What?
I was listening to him on YouTube the other day. I'm like, let's see what this guy's saying. And some caller called in and said, "Hey, MC Toon, are you familiar with the Black Swan?" He's like, "Oh yes. Why? Matter of fact, I'm like Dr. Black Swan. I'm the professor. I know I know how to defeat it for flat earthers. Here's what you tell them: there are 3 horizons." I couldn't
None of
believe
them
it.
are horizons, and none of them would be
Dude.
where the geometric one would be.
Yeah, which one is the
Saying that
geometric
there's
one?
3 horizons just shows, like, if anyone's copying him, not only does it show their intellectual, it's not even dishonesty. They're just fucking stupid.
Right. I mean, that's why he doesn't come in here anymore. I mean, he's come into 24/7 to our Discord, like maybe once or twice. But I mean, yeah, he's too afraid.
Doesn't seem to talk in any of the rooms that we mod.
Yep, that's right. He actively avoids where we are. But he'll do these shows, right? And then his followers will decide to like log in and try out the arguments with us. So for like a week or two, we'll get like the theme of the month. And it could be like, oh, in the southern hemisphere, the stars go in the opposite direction. Ugh.
You know what I think he does is he'll make a deal with a channel or a server to like cut them in on his super chats if they let him just do what he wants in the channel. I think that's what's going on. I think that's why he's only ever in those servers where they just let him run amok.
I wonder. And then he debates like the dumbest shit flat earthers, people that I've never heard of, that none of us have ever seen before, yet have all these followers. Like, where does he come up from?
And also, like Sin Cleanser too, he showed up at 24/7 one time, and he was trying to make this whole pitch of like, yeah, we'll get like McToon in and stuff, and this is where the money is to be made, right? So, like those servers and stuff that he was managing, like that's what they do. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Then it's obvious and clear what's happening here. I mean, they're in it to keep it going. Like, and we have that on our side too. Like, our own flat Earth people are not in this to settle the discussion. They're in it to keep it going, and that's why they have shitty arguments, probably on purpose.
Yeah, probably becomes infotainment.
Yeah, it is, seriously. Source of revenue. I mean, it's kind of like, if hospitals and pharmaceutical companies are really good at their job, then there wouldn't be as many sick people anymore, and they would basically destroy their revenue streams. Same with these flat earthers.
I was thinking we should, like, if we're on the team, we should like rock the clan tag like Batman. FE Batman. Earlier I was saying if we go FE, whatever our name is, FE Crisis King, FE Batman, FE Crit, FE Amish Battle Mech. That'd be sick, dude. Like, I remember Clan Supremacy back in Xbox 360 days.
Yeah, we're like a roving horde. We set up these little incubators all over the internet, on Twitter, on various Discord servers, Facebook, Instagram, and we're growing. We're just spreading. We're multiplying. Our growth rate is faster than African birth rates.
Okay.
I mean, it's good to practice a little activism in real life too. It can't just be on the internet. Go to bars in your local area, whatever. Like,
Dude.
bump the person next to you and show them like a Jay Tolan video. Say, they want to see something crazy. Sideways,
You know that would be sick?
infrared from 40,000 feet. Check this shit out. Nobody's ever seen this except a few people on Earth. Want to see it? You're like, yeah, let me see it. Show me this. Okay, here you go. And then Jay Tolan, goes up in the airplane, pulls out his like $8,000 camera setup and starts zooming in on mountains that should be like 15 miles below the geometric curvature of the Earth. But there they are, and no curvature in sight. And you'd say, see, Earth is flat. I've done that a few times. I pissed off a guy, almost got punched out because he thought I was a communist. Because he's like, what? You said NASA's fucking fake? The bartender had to calm him down. I ended up leaving. But I mean, it's great fun to do some activism in real life.
Dude, you know the guy that says change my mind? Forget his name. He sits at the table.
The change my mind, dude. Yeah.
Crowder.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Crowder, yeah. What if we all had like, get your own printer? I don't have a printer right now, but set up your dual tangs for each subject: moon, sun, eclipses, the curve. All the different categories and different colored dual tangs, all printed out on pictures and shit, and then just sit there with change my mind and a big ass thing of coffee. Dude, I do it. I just need a printer.
Yeah, if you live near like a public college or something, and
I live in one of the most. I live in a town. It's called TRU, Thompson's Rivers University.
Yeah, if it's an open campus, man. I mean, just like bring a backpack full of flyers, brochures, whatever. Just hand them out. Maybe set up a
make
little
some brochures and flyers.
If I had
Earther,
time,
ask
I'd do
you
it with
anything.
samples. I'd do it with samples if I had time. But I couldn't give them out to moon landing believers, though. I'd be like, you can't have this. It's against my freaking religion. I can't give these out to freaking people who love freaking Buzz Aldrin and think they really went.
I'm thinking of like making some business cards with like the 3 questions on there and some information about our servers.
Oh, check this out, Amish.
What's up?
I'm gonna send you a PM here real quick.
Okay.
I have this list that a buddy made. Like the guy who got me into all my conspiracies, he showed me everything basically. He made this list of questions. I'm sure now there's a bunch you can add, but this is like the solid. Other than the Black Swan, this is a solid globe defeater.
Yeah, lots of questions. I mean, yep. I mean, we get a lot of these. We ask ourselves a lot of these. We kind of stick with like 3 main questions. We try to keep it simple. People are like, "Oh, you guys are following a script." Well, we've had thousands and thousands of conversations with people. We are well rehearsed because we found out that we know what pretty much everybody's going to ask in advance. So sorry if that bothers you guys. So, I mean, the three principal questions pretty much cut to the heart of the matter and get conversations flowing. Is there any evidence of curvature? Is there any evidence of Earth spinning, and any evidence of gas that can be contained without, or any evidence of gas pressure without a container? So, those 3 can cover a lot of ground and have a lot of derivative topics that you can get into if you want. And we tend to stay away from all the conspiratorial stuff because that's speculation. I mean, nobody really knows the motives. Nobody can divine the intent of people that might be hell-bent on killing us. So it's best to just sidestep that. Let's talk about what we know and what we can prove.
Nobody wants to kill you.
Uh-huh.
Nobody's
oh my God,
kill
it's
you.
Brenda!
That's exactly what somebody who would want to kill you would say.
What was Ronald Reagan say? The 12 most dangerous words in the human language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Yeah, so the University of Hawaii did a study on democide. That is murder by government, excluding wars, excluding civil wars. And democide is responsible for killing the most people. Like the form of human organization, and of all kinds of human organizations, the government organization is responsible for the murder of more innocent people than any other organization that's ever existed.
By the way, Amish, this thing muted itself.
I muted.
Deafened, excuse me.
Oh, okay, well, good. So what? I mean,
Amish, I sent you a picture of this shirt I used to wear when I was bowling.
right here,
That my
kitty.
buddy. Oh my gosh,
I've
dude.
seen that before.
Dude, I used to wear some. We used to get in like Ocean City and get like the funniest shit, but stuff I wouldn't really wear these days, which is weird because I wear some pretty ridiculous crap from my labels, my Helen Keller and different things, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't wear that today.
No way. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Oh shit, guys, Donnie's here.
Who?
Donnie's in the house.
Donnie C. Donnie Kraka. What's up?
Hey, Donnie, come on. Where's that Earth curve? You got it yet?
Yeah.
Hey,
Shut up,
John.
Donnie.
Oh, I got a question for you guys.
What do you mean? What do you mean? This is John. Put on Ron. Ron, put on Don.
For those of you that have been around this chat all year, right? Is there an increase / uptick in activity after the Trump win? I'm just wondering.
Nah, we're always busy. If anything, there was a downtick
Yeah.
Really?
focused on
Oh,
Trump.
We're pretty
By the way-
apolitical around here.
Yeah. By the way, a couple months back, there was some speculation that because Donnie and Brenda are never in the room at the same time, they're probably the same person.
Yeah.
But I think,
Control Alt accounts by the same controller.
yeah, what just happened is that they were both technically here in the same room at the same time, except Brenda and Donnie were not speaking. Brenda was deafened. Donnie's on mute. So that theory still
I
holds.
have a problem pronouncing my name properly.
It happened again.
What is wrong with you?
Pronounced Brendan, right?
Do you just not know how to read? Is that the problem? You just are illiterate? Because my name is very clearly specified.
You're
Teflon Don.
Brenda. Brenda is Donald.
Listen, we are going to the moon. We are going to make billions and billions of dollars. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge.
And stick a name to him. He's Teflon Don.
Teflon Don, baby. Bren Donald.
Under my administration, I am going to make sure everyone knows that the Earth is flat. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge news.
Oh. My God, guys. Holy shit. Fuck, that was funny.
My fellow Americans.
It
It is
huge. Huge.
Huge. It's
Huge.
going to be huge. My fellow Americans, it is with great honor that I come to you today to tell you that the Earth is indeed flat.
Hey, Don, you bring me that globe proof or what?
Yeah, I want Donnie C here in chat to give us that spherical excess measurement.
I want to know what that is.
I would love to know why apologists can't pronounce names right. That's weird to me.
Hey, sorry, Donato, please. The globe proof.
What do you
It's
mean
going
by
to be
proof?
huge.
What do you mean by proof?
He doesn't
Yeah, there
even
isn't any.
ask me for. No, I guess he doesn't have it then.
I mean, if you haven't defined it, how do I know whether or not I have it? So what is proof?
You don't know, so I guess you don't have any. I'll just leave it at that.
I don't know your definition. I know what my definition of proof is. I don't know what your definition of proof is.
Okay, give me that.
Imaginary.
That's not what proof is. Proof's
It's
not
gonna be
imaginary.
huge.
Proof is something that only exists subjectively in imagination, like in math and logic. Those things are subjective only.
Damn it!
Proof is
That's
subject
actually
only.
really good. That
Proof
actually
is imaginary.
Oh, I'm glad
It's
this
really
is recorded.
good. It's a really good.
Me too.
Oh,
Wait,
was it
you
recorded?
want to have this kind of argument,
Great.
Donald? Whenever somebody says Donnie or Don or Don Mosa, you're like, no, it's Donald. Like, come on. You want your name to be objective, but you want proof to be subjective? What the fuck, dude?
Well, proof is subjective. It only exists inside of math and
Well, I
logic.
don't have
Math and
proof
logic.
that your
Oh
name
my
is
god!
Donald. I'm therefore
I
righteous.
haven't. I
in saying
still
that
haven't
your
been
name
able to finish my sentence. I still haven't been able to finish
I
my
know,
sentence.
Don. It's okay. It's okay, Don.
What's
You don't
wrong
have
with
any objective
you?
proof that
What
I'm
is wrong?
interrupting
Do you
you.
have mental
You just have subjective
ability?
belief that I'm interrupting
You have dissonant
You can't
cognitive.
prove it.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
It's
there's no sense
cognitive
in arguing,
dissonance,
right?
dumbass.
If you hold
Cognitive
the position-
dissonance.
If you hold the position that proof
What is cognitive dissonance? Give
Why-
me the
why do you even
definition of
argue?
cognitive dissonance,
like,
please.
what's the purpose of arguing
got
if you
you.
think truth is subjective, dude? You know, if truth is personal, then why
I
do you
never
have beef
said
with flat Earth?
that. I never said that.
Wait a
Why
minute.
do you
He
have
said
beef with
that
flat Earth?
proof is subjective because it only exists in math and logic, two things that are objective.
Subjective.
Like the
They're
side
subjective.
chat.
Math and logic are subjective only.
No,
So
math,
math
I
is
can
logic,
change
subjective,
them.
logic
so I
is
can
pretty
I can
objective,
just
bro.
change 2 + 2 to 5 because it's subjective.
Yes.
Don,
By changing the
Don,
base, you can change 2 + 2.
No,
What
Don,
2 + 2 equals changes with the
Don,
base.
Don,
Like
you're
if I use binary, I can make 2 + 2 = 10.
And so logic is
Don.
subjective too, so I can just use logical fallacies and say, well, in my subjective world, that's logic.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
Don,
you
Don,
can't because definitionally, subjectively, if you use logical fallacies, you're going against logic.
Definition
Don, you're back.
Donald, here's the problem. You're misconstruing what is abstract that coheres with the reality with the symbols that are used to communicate these abstract things that cohere with reality. Here, 2 + 2 = 4
Oh
thing.
wow! You
No,
know, you
think-
just
think
said
about
that you're imagining stuff that's imaginary, so you're communicating imagination improperly. That's what you said.
Here's the problem: the abstract things that cohere with reality, like your 2 + 2 = 4. Business. If you change the character or the symbol representing that notion of quote unquote 4 things to something that looks like a 10, think about it. Think about the character 4. There's a meaning behind it. If you change that character to something else that means the same thing, the meaning is held, but your subjective interpretation of the character and the meaning behind it is what's subjective.
Meaning is subjective.
Think about it. 2 + 2 = 4. I got 2 apples. No matter
2
how I
plus-
order that
2
is
plus
going
2
to
equals
stay
10.
the same. I know, but here's the thing. If I change the base of the numbers,
Yes.
okay, the base of the numbers look different, but the
Right.
meaning is the same. So
The meaning is not the same. The meaning is different. The meaning is
No,
different.
No, dude. Think about it.
It describes accurately the same thing, but the meaning is different.
That's what I mean. Well, whatever. It describes the description.
Not whatever. This is an important point
No.
because this is what you're trying to say. This is what you,
That's a
oh my
distinction
god.
without a difference.
Am
That's
I
a
ever
distinction
going
without
to
a
be able to finish a
That's
sentence? That'd be
No,
amazing.
you're making a distinction. You're making a distinction without a difference, sir.
I'm not doing that. So what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that math is subjective. It describes accurately objective things, but math is subjective. It only exists inside of minds, and the human math only exists inside of human minds.
This is
So
where
a
you're.
bird. So I only had one more sentence. Honest, one more sentence.
So subjectively, you would consider it objective.
Yeah, this is where you're conflating. This is where you're conflating. This is where you're conflating abstract with subjectivity.
Those are the same thing. They're
No,
synonyms.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
okay, go.
Define subjective.
You get me the two definitions, and we'll scrutinize them.
Well, tell me your definition of subjective.
You get them for me, sir.
Dude, I don't care about my definition. I need to understand your definition. What is your definition of subjective?
Well, I got to know what your
Non-subjective.
definition is so we can compare.
You do not
when you
need
bring
my
your
definition to
forward.
give me. So, subjective means depends on minds, opinions, and thoughts. So, what is your? What is
Thank
your?
you, sir.
What is,
Opinion. Thank you.
Yes.
Opinion. So
what
there's
is
a
your
distinction there.
definition of subjective? What is your definition of subjective?
No, what you said is actually pretty accurate, sir. But
Yes, I
abstract
know,
is not
which has nothing to do with what you said earlier.
abstract is not necessarily opinion based.
What? Okay, so now you have to define abstract. Define abstract.
Yeah, let's look it up.
So does that
Do
mean
that.
mathematical proofs are subjective?
No, the proofs.
Oh.
Listen. The proofs are objective. The mathematics is subjective, but the
Wait,
proofs are
mathematical proofs, are they subjective? Yes or no?
proofs are not subjective.
Wait, you just said proofs were subjective.
No, I said proof
You-
is subjective. Proofs are not subjective.
So two proofs are better than one proof.
What? No.
The one proof is subjective, two proofs are objective. Okay.
No. Whenever you say proofs, you're talking about a mathematical term. You're talking about a very
I said
specific.
mathematical proofs for like 10 times.
Yes, and I'm telling you, I'm trying to explain, but you won't let me.
Some proofs are subjective, other proofs are objective. Okay.
No. Mathematical proofs are objective. They objectively prove something in math. But math is subjective. Do you understand? Whenever you're describing something objective with something subjective, you have to understand that one thing can be both objective and subjective at the same time. So something objective, your perception of that objective thing is subjective.
Okay, so here's the problem, sir. Again, okay, so you asked for a definition. Abstract, considered apart from concrete existence, impersonal, as in attitude or views, having an intellectual and affective artistic content that depends solely on intrinsic form rather than on narrative content or pictorial representation, denoting something that is immaterial, conceptual, non-specific as an idea or quality.
Right there. Conceptual, right there. It's concept.
I didn't say that it was not. I was getting that. Okay, it does exist in your head. That's not the point.
Sure.
But when you
Lots of shit
communicate
exists inside your head.
when you communicate this to somebody, when they get the meaning of this thing that you're communicating, it is via their subjective interpretation of it. But once they actually get it, if you guys are on the same, quote unquote, on the same page, you will understand the same meaning. It's an abstract thing, like the number one, it is abstract. But from one person to another, if both of you are on the same page, I'm communicating this in base 10, or I'm communicating this in base 2.
You agree.
You know? Well, of course. But
yes, you have to agree on the rules. Before you can move forward, you have to agree on the rules. Once you agree on the rules, then you can start measuring things objectively. But the rules are arbitrary. The rules are arbitrary and subjective only.
Well, that's the whole point. So the rules are, for example, the means of communication. That I don't think we disagree. Disagree, sir.
Is meaning created and interpreted through the individual or not?
Sure. Languages do that.
Well, that's what defines subjective versus objective.
No, it's not.
Yeah, if the individual has interpreted and created meaning for themselves, that's subjective.
Yes.
Objective things exist if the person is dead.
Yes.
Yeah. Not subject to that person's interpretation or meaning that they give anymore.
But that's not what was said earlier. Earlier, You guys are trying to do a reification fallacy where you took something abstract and tried to make it concrete. You can't do that.
No, you did actually.
No, I've never done that in my entire life.
You
Ever.
did by taking objective things and
I
saying that
understand the
they're
difference between imagination and reality. It seems like you guys don't.
Donald, no one's trying to reify the number one as being a concrete entity, like outside I can go pick up a number one. Of course, it's abstract.
I never said you were trying to reify number one. That's not the thing you're trying to reify.
You just said we're trying to reify something.
Yes, but not the number one.
An abstract thing like mathematics that
Yes, but
adheres
not
to
the
reality.
number
in
one.
an
I never
objective
said it was
way.
the number one.
Well, I'm giving you an example because you
Okay,
just,
but
you just,
I never said that. So don't say that I
You're
said
right.
this thing. You said.
I meant,
What you said was.
right,
So
you're right.
Donald,
I meant-
you
I meant-
said
I
this
meant to
thing
say
that I
like.
didn't say.
I meant to say like to give you an example of what you're trying to point out to us.
Oh, so what you should have said is my understanding of what you said.
Did you or did you not say that we're trying to reify something abstract as being concrete in the midst of a conversation? In the midst of a conversation about mathematics.
Well, it wasn't. No, the part
And
of the
numbers.
conversation that it happened was about mathematics, but the entire conversation is about the shape of the planet, right?
No, that's not. Now you're trying to divert. That's not what I fucking said.
No.
That's not what we were just talking about. I'm trying to pin you on this notion that you're saying that mathematics are subjective. No, the methodology by which we communicate these things are subjective, but the meaning behind the things, they adhere to reality. They adhere to reality in quote unquote
No,
objective
they don't
form.
adhere. They describe. They don't adhere. They describe. Math is a language. Dude, I need agreement on this. I need you to agree with me on this. I need you to agree with me on this. Math is a language. Dude,
Well, of course it is. Of course, I agree. Of course.
Subjective. All languages are subjective only.
Hold on. True things exist regardless of your agreement to it.
Yes, those are objective things.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
2 plus 2 is always 4, even if you disagree.
No, it's not, because I can make 2 plus 2 equal 10.
Objectively or subjectively?
That's
No,
you can if you're a
Yeah,
thickness.
that's
Subjective only, so subjectively.
Is that
No,
objective
dude, you
that you can change 2 plus 2 equals 4? Is that objective? That's funny.
Not, yeah, dude, you
It's
can't make
subjective to the base you use.
Yo,
It's subjective
Donald,
to the base that you use.
Donald, you can't
Use
make
a
2
different
plus 2
base,
equals
get a different answer.
Donald, you cannot make 2 plus 2 equals 10 in base 2 because 2 doesn't exist in base 2. It's ones and zeros. You can make 1 plus 1 equal 10, quote unquote.
Base 2 is 0 and 1. Base 2 is 0 and
but-
1. That's base 2.
But it still means 2.
No, it means 0 and 1.
No,
Yes.
no.
A base
It
2 means 0 and 1. That's what a base 2 is.
but the
called binary.
meaning of
You know
Dude,
what binary
I work-
is?
jackass.
binary?
I work in fucking computers. Okay, fuck off with this.
I'm a
Yeah, I write
computer
software.
programmer too, so that's not a flex.
I write software for a living. I'm
So do
very
I.
familiar with binary. Okay.
So do I. I write software. You don't write software in binary. Nobody writes software in binary. Just so you know, nobody writes software in binary.
No, of course. Well, first of all, if I wrote in machine language, yes, I would. But here, I don't. But here's the point: I know it. Okay. The
So do
point
I.
is,
It's not a flex. I know it too. I'm a computer programmer. I went to college.
the
Dude,
point
I went to
is,
college.
the
Dude,
point
I went to
is-
college.
the point is,
You're
okay,
a dick.
this what we're trying to communicate is the same thing, just subjectively through different communication tools, like symbols and
Which
shit.
means it's subjective.
The communication tool is subjective, yes.
Yes,
But the meaning
the
is
math
not.
is the communication tool. Math is the communication tool. It's subjective.
The symbols are.
No,
but what
math
they're
is
describing
the
is not.
symbols. Math is the symbols.
I don't know, man. I think this is very murky. It's a blend of both because if
No.
I say 2 plus 2 equals 10,000, okay, that does not work. But 2 plus
Well,
2
there are
equals
true
4
statements and there are
works.
false statements. There are true statements and false statements.
There you go. So those true statements are quote unquote objective.
No. Just because something is true in a subjective system does not make it objective. It would be
I
different.
don't know, man. No.
So
No,
in
man.
the system, if you're using a base 10, then 1 plus 1 equals 2. If you're using something other than a base 10, then 1 + 1 will equal something else. That is subjective. If you change something and it changes the outcome, that makes it subjective.
But here's the thing: when I use the word "to" in this instance, I don't mean the character "to." I mean the meaning "to." And when I say 10 in base 10 or in base 2, I'm saying base 2 because we know what the fucking meaning of 2 is. There's something quote unquote concrete, not like physical, but something objective there that we're mapping everything to and from.
Okay, so you're saying that we're describing something. I can agree that math describes things that are objective, but math is subjective only.
That's all I'm saying. That's all
Okay,
I'm
then
saying.
we agree on that.
So there is objectivity in what we're working with.
Well, okay, so now you've muddied it.
Via abstract methodology communicated through subjective means.
Okay, sure, we can agree on that. Fine.
That's all. That's all I'm getting at.
Me too. I'm just saying that math is subjective.
Okay, now you just reverted everything we just talked about.
No, you just agreed with me on everything that I just said.
No, I said something, and you said I agree, and I used all terms in specified contexts, and you said okay, and then you wanted the last word because you wanted to be, last word guy.
Okay, fine, you can have the last word. Go ahead.
I don't care about the last word. I just don't want you to revert back to your initial statement saying something that we don't agree on. I don't agree with that statement. No, I do not.
You did. Right before I said it, you agreed to it. I just restated the same thing that you agreed to.
What I stated does not equal what you tried to finalize the conversation on.
Okay, well, you can be wrong about that all you want. That's fine.
All right, so fuck off then. Like, come on.
So does anybody want to have a conversation about the actual shape of the planet? This is a flat Earth room, right?
I got one question.
Can I do it? Can I hit him with it?
Yeah, why don't you go for it? Yeah, Flat Earth Christ.
Yeah, his answer will be insane. Yeah, let's see what happens.
All right. Donald C., I'm going to post a picture in the side chat here for you. I want you to answer me. Where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D?
D.
I'm going to go with D. No, wait, hang on. Hang on, let me look at it. I haven't looked at it. I was just playing. That was a joke. It was a multiple choice joke because D is always all of the above. Oh gosh. So did you guys say that you wanted me to say refraction is the answer to this?
A, B, C, or D. Those are your only options.
I'm coping.
Yeah, I could tell.
I was just reading. I wasn't answering with that. Okay, so where's the horizon? It's at A. A is the horizon.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't understand what that means. Why would you say something so silly as that? Why would you say something so silly?
You literally you snitched on yourself that you're a flat earther. Congratulations.
He did. He told on himself.
Unironically. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Drop the net.
Understand. A is the first horizon, right?
Stop wearing the phone on your face, Donald. You dropped your mask.
Oh, A is the back horizon. Oh, I'm gonna go with a C. Sorry, I meant C. I got them backward. I thought A was the first horizon. My bad. The first horizon is the horizon. The others are refraction of the first horizon.
It's still welcome to Flat Earth, Donald.
No. So what if I chose B? Would it still be welcome to Flat Earth if I chose B?
Listen, the horizon in this picture, A is behind the second tower.
There are three horizons in that picture.
What is the horizon?
Listen, Donald. A is behind the second tower, B is in between the towers, and C is in front of both.
Yeah, I understood where A was pointing to. I think that C is the horizon.
So I also think horizon, how can you see both towers?
Well, because of refraction.
No.
Okay. Look at the picture. Look at the picture for me.
Yeah.
Do you see that crane sticking off? You see how curvy that crane is? Are cranes curvy?
Let's see that refraction. So this is before zooming in. Okay, let's see about that refraction. So this is before
I'm talking about a different picture. That's a different picture. That's a different picture.
This is the next one. So at the bottom of that red heart are those two Ulrichs. So now you have to, you claim refraction. Now you have to explain why the horizon is still horizontal at left and right. And at left, farther away, there's more 2 Ulrichs, and at the right, there's 3. So your refraction is not working. Your refraction is not working.
So you
explain your refraction is not curving left and right.
Refraction isn't curving. That's what refraction does, is curve stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's curving where? I did post it. Show me.
What?
The horizon is right there. F.E. Christ was talking to him, man.
Oh my God. I would like to have a single conversation about a single picture. I don't want to keep pivoting between pictures.
Yeah, the horizon is still horizontal. Thank you. Your refraction is not working.
What? Refraction does work. Do you wear glasses?
Where?
This is refraction here for you, brother. Just so you know.
Which is refraction? Yeah, that's refraction. That is definitely refraction.
Can I back Miguel up on this?
Go.
Anyone? Hey, yo, Miguel. It's my first time in this chat, so.
Wow, there she is.
I
thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, I finally verified my phone, but the dude's right on refraction, and like this is an argument that like everybody wants to go back and say, oh, QE made this. Look, the reason he made this argument is because it is legit and valid, and no one can discredit this argument that when they claim that there's refraction going on in the atmosphere, they're going to have to validate it and prove it and show me where they've measured it. Because to measure refraction, you've got to know many different variables, right? You've got to know density, you've got to have volume. You can't do that in atmosphere.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you've got light beginning.
We literally have hundreds of thousands of sensors that do that.
Donald, why don't you shut the fuck up while she's talking?
My bad.
Hold on. I'm almost finished because this is the crux of the argument. What you have in the atmosphere going on is you have light beginning in a medium, and then it's ending in the same medium. And
where does light begin?
Refraction. If you define refraction, you've got to have 2 mediums. 1, you don't have 2 mediums. 2,
you're wrong. But
measurement of any such refraction.
Okay, so you're wrong. What you need is a change in density of the medium. Also, where does light begin?
Holy shit.
Well,
you said light began somewhere.
That's a malformed question. Can you reform your question?
What's malformed about it?
Because you're okay. If I answer that, then it's operating off of the assumption that all light begins from the same point.
No, it doesn't. You said light.
It's a malformed question.
Okay, so where does? Okay,
go back with it. I just wanted to back him up on the refraction part.
Well, no, I need to talk to you about this. I don't care about his argument. I want to talk to you about what you just said about the light thing. You said light begins, right?
What are you using? Are you using a flashlight? Are you using a laser?
I don't know.
Light coming from the sun? Well, that's why I say your question is malformed.
Well, you said light.
Your question.
You said light begins, correct?
You said it in an inference in your question.
I never said light.
Malformed way.
I never said light begins. Did you or did you?
When you ask the question, where does light come from? That's
I never said that. I never said that. What I asked was, did you say that light begins? Yes or no?
You asked the question about where light begins, making the inference that all light begins somewhere. So
no.
State your question. That's all
I am restating it. I have restated it. So, did you say that light begins? Yes or no?
It doesn't sound like the question that you asked. I thought you were restating.
I know. You asked me to restate it. I restated it. It's a different question. Because you asked me to restate the question, so I restated it.
Okay, well, then you just said it was a different question. So you
yes, it's a different. You asked me to ask a different question, so I asked a different question.
Why are you yelling, bro? Fucking relax.
I'm not yelling.
You literally are, dude.
I did not ask you to ask a different question. I asked you.
You did. You said restate the question because it was incoherent.
Yeah, well, that's not a
Or
different.
malformed. You said malformed. My apologies. Yeah, same question, stated a different way. That's what I did. That's exactly what I did. Different. It's different statement, or stating the question in a different way. Different question, same subject, but different question. That's what you asked for. That's what I did. Did you or did you not say that light begins?
Hey, Donald, do you ever go duck pin bowling in the ghetto?
What?
Sorry,
I have no idea what that
Donald.
means.
You can have. I'm going to slide the plate of food back over to you. Sorry for picking at your.
Oh, so you're just gonna ignore my question? Got it. That's fine.
You're not. Dude, I asked you. You asked a malformed question. I asked you to restate it in a proper form, and then you asked a different question and claimed I asked you to ask a different question. I restated to you that I did not ask you to ask a different question. I asked you to ask the original question that you first asked in a malformed way, in a proper way, to where you're.
That's what I did.
Where you're not asking the question.
Stop yelling, dude. Stop yelling.
I'm not yelling.
The
Fuck
question
off.
on a false premise that makes the inference that all light begins from the same point.
I never did any of that. What I asked you
That's your
was,
question. You're asking about light. What light are you asking about, and where does? And then what's your question?
I'm asking you, did you say or did you not say that light begins?
The hell is this
Didn't
about?
hear that.
What?
It was about
I
refraction.
didn't hear it.
Combo. It's about refraction.
Yeah.
It was Miguel's argument, and like I'm trying to get back to him.
Hear about Miguel.
Back him. Just wanted. It was his argument with you. But I
FB
just-
Christ was talking
I'm not
before
having an
Miguel.
argument. I'm not having an argument. I just asked a simple question.
Stop yelling.
Was it Effie Cross? Okay, well, I just stopped in. I didn't hear Effie Cross, so.
She
Okay.
didn't say anything about
pointed
light.
out how you don't know what refraction
Why
is,
you
dude.
talking about
She pointed out what you don't know what refraction is.
I know
Claims it
refraction.
doesn't require two mediums. It only requires one. Well, that's wrong. And now you.
It requires a change in
It's like-
density. It
Well,
requires
you
a
got a
change in
citation. You
density.
need a citation for that. You need to bring
Yeah,
up a
Snell's
definition
law.
of refraction.
Snell's law.
Well, you need to bring up a
Who's
definition.
the
there.
citation?
Yeah,
Yeah, citation.
I'm gonna use Wikipedia. So here,
None of you
Snell's
guys
law.
can
is
answer
Mr.
what refraction is.
That's what refraction is, right there. Snell's law.
I know,
Okay.
and I understand that mainstream media, like the mainstream education that everybody gets, and what they claim is that we have atmospheric refraction, and I can work off of that term just because that's what everybody knows it as. But it's a malformed name because it's not refraction. It's atmospheric fluctuations. You have temperature fluctuations. That's what you have. You either have an expansion or a compression of the light that you're viewing. You never have refraction in the atmosphere.
Okay, can you please tell me what is the definition of refraction?
It's where it is an effect that is caused from light traveling from one medium to another, and it is an effect that is caused by the slowing down of light to the two separate mediums.
No, none of that is refraction. So what's your source on that? What's your source on that?
Refraction is when light is slowed down by a different medium. It's like
Can you
incidence.
Can you please give me your source on that? Where'd you get that definition?
That is the
I think it's called Snell's law.
Wait, that's fine, but where did you get that definition?
It's called Snell's law, the law of refraction. In other words,
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to says who. Where did you get that definition?
Oh, you're talking to me now. Oh, okay.
From your link.
You want to talk to me now?
Donald.
You don't even know who you're talking to, Don?
Oh, is that the wrong person? Okay, who was I talking to? I'm sorry.
Gee whiz.
Okay, the female voice that was just speaking to me, I'd like to speak to that person. What was your name? I apologize.
Her screen name is
Smooth, Donald. You're a smoothie.
Yeah, her screen name is Truth Prevails, and just to let you know, Donald, you're speaking to an open panel. A lot of people are listening. Some might want to add information that might help you. So don't freak out. Just stay calm, Linda.
I haven't done that.
She might go on a date with you, Donald.
I haven't done that. No, I'm married.
Be cool. Be cool.
I'm married. I'm married. So truth prevails. So truth prevails. I apologize for getting your name wrong earlier. So where did you hang on 1 sec. So, Truth, where did you get your definition of refraction?
Definition of refraction. The chat.
Look it up. You can look it up. You can Google it.
Okay, but where did you get your definition?
Find it on.
Stop yelling.
I already knew it. I got it from.
You already knew it. Where did you know it from? Where did you get that definition from?
From Andrew Thomas Young, from Wikipedia, from any scientific paper, unless it's one that's trying to discredit the globe.
Would you mind?
But
all right.
So
hey,
why
Donald,
is it?
If your hand is bigger than your face, you might be refracted.
Wow. So why is it that when I look it up, it says the fact or phenomena of light, radio waves, etc., being deflected in passing obliquely through the interference between one medium and another, or through a medium of varying density? Why is that a different definition?
Well, when it's talking about a medium of varying densities that only exist in liquids, when you can have.
Well, the atmosphere can be thought of as a liquid.
Or if you put something that's man-made into a gaseous state like sulfur.
Man-made? What do you mean by man-made?
We're talking about the atmosphere.
You think man can make elements?
Gases in the atmosphere that we all breathe, and it's
okay. But why is your definition different from? Okay, why is your definition different from mine?
Why are you asking? Why are you asking me questions about things that belong to you? Only you can answer that.
No, I'm using a definition that.
This is why.
Oh my God!
Because you asked me a question. I'm going to tell you why. Because I am going by the actual definition of the word. You are trying to defend a globe which has no evidence, and you're trying to distort reality with this just made up definition that you're trying to use.
I didn't make up the definition.
If you're trying to claim different densities in the atmosphere, then tell me how you measure the density in one place versus the density in another place. Because
a barometer.
In mind, you have to have volume.
Yeah, a barometer.
So can I
measure
get in
with
here?
a barometer?
Can I get in here quickly? Donald,
I mean, I was in the middle of the sentence, but you can go ahead and interrupt me. Go ahead.
I do want to get something out there. Okay, the thing with the refraction argument is the claim is basically the refraction is substantial enough such that the light can bend around the curve. Right? Now, people would come in here and say,
"What curve, Donald?"
Yeah, so the supposed curve. So here's the thing: if you plug in,
that's the thing right there. What fucking curve?
That exactly. So if we do give you that, just for the sake of argument, okay, you have to provide a index of refraction that is sufficient enough for it. Now, if you use one of those online calculators and shit and slide the variable up and down and stuff, okay, you'll get a number. But that number is a product of a subset of other, or a set of other variables. Now, if you can provide, or if someone can provide a sort of set of possible combinations of these variables that lead to this index actually being, true in reality.
Why wouldn't you just ask him to measure that fucking curve that he says is refracted in the first place?
That too. That's another thing. Right? But this if they want to pin on this refraction thing, what combination of these variables create an environment where this refraction index is actually made manifest? And are those variables actually, listen to me, are those variables actually found out there in said combination? Like if you plug in a refractive index of like 3, let's say, or whatever number,
and that's high, but okay.
Of course. Now, it would probably have to be that high to produce the imagery that we see. It might be
show me the math on that. Just show me the math on that.
Well, it's high, significantly high. But here's the thing: the temperature, temperature, humidity, et cetera, all blended together in a certain fashion would create an index of X, however high it is. Now, if the temperature and humidity and all that stuff are not actually found in these areas whereby, we're doing this measurement, then we cannot infer that those are actually creating that thing in the first place. You see what I mean? So just throwing a number out there saying, oh, it must be this, one would have to produce the data demonstrating that these variables are found in this environment where we're actually doing the observation.
They are.
Yeah, show it. Show it.
Show it. It's the atmosphere. Do you deny that Earth has an atmosphere?
So you're not producing the numbers, temperature, humidity, et cetera. The data actually backing that claim, thus producing an index of refraction at the rate at the level that it's supposed to be, or it should be, or have to be to actually produce the image in question. You're just backwards engineering. You're just backwards engineering what it must be based off of the math. Think about it.
Okay, what is the difference between reverse engineering? It's not backward engineering, it's reverse engineering. What is the difference between let me finish my sentence. What is the difference between reverse engineering and making What is the difference between reverse engineering and making a prediction?
If you reverse engineer a refractive index that is not compatible with the environment that I'm finding this thing in, then there's something wrong with the prediction.
So, what is the difference between a prediction and reverse engineering?
I just told you.
No, you just said a couple of things that did not have any difference. What is the difference between a reverse engineering and a prediction?
You're reverse engineering something, and you're reverse engineering a single variable, right? In this case, you're reverse engineering what would be the refractive index, and you're predicting that it would be the case, but you have to prove that's actually the case.
Oh my gosh.
That's the point. No, that's like saying,
what is the difference between reverse engineering and a prediction?
I don't even know if they can be compared, dude.
Of course they can. It's very easy. It's very easy. It's very easy. May I? Because I can answer the question since you can't. Reverse engineering uses stuff that we already know to try and figure out something that already exists, while a prediction says something about what we don't know based on stuff that we do know.
Okay.
That's
my point is you don't know the refractive index. You're inferring it based off of the image and the model that you have, and now it must be proven, and now it must be demonstrated that the variables that would create the inferred refractive index are actually possible or plausible in the environment that you're inferring it from.
Is there a difference between the density at your feet and the density at your head of the atmosphere?
Slight.
Sure, but there's a difference, right?
Yeah, slight.
Is density required for refraction? Is a change in density required for refraction?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes.
Well, the definition that you provided earlier, it said something about light traveling between two distinct isotropic media.
What is an isotropic medium?
Well, you tell me. It's your definition.
Okay, so an isotropic medium is a medium.
If I have air that is hot,
may I answer the question?
Hold on. It's two-part.
You asked me a question and you don't want me to answer the question. Got it.
It's a two-part question. If I have air and cold air and hot air, are those two distinct isotropic media?
Yes.
Okay. Can you define that or show that?
I was trying. So,
go ahead.
An isotropic medium is a medium of the same density. So if you have a medium like air, and you have a difference between the density at one point and the density at a different point, you have two separate isotropic States.
Okay, where'd you get that definition?
It's the definition of isotropy.
Can you get it, please? I want to look it up.
Well, then
I
together
want to
that's
Yeah, go look it up all you
anisotropic.
want. That's fine. You can look it
Together
up all
that's
you want.
anisotropic,
your
right?
definition.
That forms a gradient index where sine theta is not conserved, so therefore it's not Snell's law.
What?
Yeah.
What did you say? Repeat what you said.
Well, with two isotropic media together, you consider them both together as one anisotropic medium.
Yes, anisotropic.
Right. So Snell's law doesn't apply.
It does because it applies to a medium of different densities.
Mm-hmm.
It applies to a single medium of
Sine
different
theta
densities.
is not conserved. And if you think it is
What's not
over a
conserved?
curving surface, then welcome. Well, then you got a problem, right?
What's the problem? Where are my damn glasses? They're there. What problem do I have?
Because now you require it to bend over a curving surface.
What?
What he's thinking about is homogeneous and heterogeneous isotropic.
No, isotropy is different from anisotropy.
Yeah, homogeneous substance.
Different thing.
Form
Yes.
structured throughout.
Well,
Is air considered homogeneous? or inhomogeneous?
Homogeny is like there's the same ratio of oxygen to hydrogen at our surface as there is on the top of Mount Everest. That's
Yeah.
homogeny.
And light interacts with gas
Isotropy-
molecules differently. Like
Isotropy, isotropy has to do with the density at different places. So isotropy would be like if there was the same density on the surface of Earth as there is at the top of Mount Everest. There's not that. We don't have isotropy in our atmosphere. We have homogeny, which means that the ratio of molecules is the same at Earth's surface as it is at like top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, so you mean to say that gas molecules of heavier weight don't stratify from those that have lesser weight? I thought gravity acted on these things.
Not very close to Earth's surface. That doesn't happen. So
yeah, so why
very
is there no
close to Earth.
stratification of different masses, of different atomic weights of molecules?
I was trying to explain that as you interrupted me.
Okay, please continue.
It's explained by weather systems. So weather systems churn up the atmosphere and mix everything together and make it very homogeneous.
Hey, okay, gravity has nothing to do with it. Thanks.
I never said that either.
All right, yeah. So I mean, that's our argument. You sound like a flat earther now, Donald.
No, I never said what you said. I said I never said that.
know. Well.
I never said that gravity has. I never said that gravity has nothing to do with it. I just didn't mention gravity
Well,
in
it
that
doesn't.
explanation.
But you agreed it doesn't have anything to do with it.
No, I
That's my
don't.
point.
Gravity is very, very important.
Yeah, but it doesn't stratify any of these molecules based off of their molecular weights.
Do you have an
Yes.
example of light bending through the atmosphere at all? Do you have an example of that?
Well, where I was going with this is pressure is not the same as weight.
No, it's not.
Pressure comes from kinetic and thermal theory of gas.
Right, I agree, and that's that's an effect. That's an emergent effect of temperature fluctuations, and I don't disagree. I agree that we have temperature fluctuations.
So, what's the emergent property of the temperature fluctuation?
What I disagree with is the refraction, where they claim that light is bending the atmosphere. So
you don't think the refraction happens?
If you're claiming it does happen, can you provide an example or a demonstration where it's been measured to curve in the atmosphere?
Yes.
Because you do understand that refraction is not the curving of light. It's not.
It is, though.
What when light bends around an object, that's diffraction, not refraction. And what?
Well, okay. What do you think the difference is? What do you think the difference is
so
between?
Crazy that this is the argument still today. Refraction is
Well, no, hang on.
two different mediums. And listen, this is what happens during refraction. The light is slowed down.
Okay, I'm getting bored with this.
Where, no doubt. How do you think we feel after all of these years? Having to continue to clarify this. When it crosses that boundary between the two different mediums, you know what happens? It slows down, and that causes light.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
You could have just muted. You could have just muted, by the way.
Anyway, what happens when light travels from one medium into another, and it is slowed down? It takes on a different angle, but hold on. Yes,
Not. It doesn't.
dude.
Light never changes speed. Light never changes speed.
Stop yelling. Stop yelling.
Yeah, you have to stay quiet and listen while she's speaking. When she stops, you can answer.
I'm not yelling, and I just want
Interjecting in the middle of a sentence. Let her finish explaining what she's
But
explaining.
you never let me finish.
Oh God, that is not true, man.
Dude, when light goes through from one medium to another and it crosses that boundary, it slows down and takes on a different angle. But do you know what happens when it does that? It still continues and carries on a straight path. It doesn't go on a curved path. It just takes a new angle. What you're talking about is diffraction. It's not refraction.
You are wrong. Light never changes speed ever. Period. So you get to interrupt me, but I don't get to interrupt you, but you get to interrupt me. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Stop yelling. Stop yelling.
Light does change speed in mainstream science, right?
You didn't let me finish my sentence. You bitched about getting interrupted, but you interrupted me.
So what about your sentence means
baby
that
rage, baby
doesn't
rage.
change speed after when we know it does change speed? So do you agree that light doesn't change speed, or it does change speed?
I did stop and yield and let you finish. But the fact that you don't think that light changes the speed at which it's induced is absurd to me. Like,
Nobody.
maybe you just need to read a little bit more on it, and we should just move on. Because if you don't think that the speed of the induction of light is altered by different mediums, then there's no way to carry on with this conversation.
James Clerk Maxwell. Speed of light equals 1 over the square root of electromagnetic permittivity times whatever. I'm too drunk. The electromagnetic properties of a medium alter the speed of light, folks. Just the way it is.
Maybe I'm not drunk enough. Maybe I need to have a drink.
Donald drunk.
Okay, so Brenda's back in the house. Brenda, I have a small request.
This is an excellent opportunity for me to demonstrate I'm not Brenda.
I was just going to say, I need
like
you guys
Brenda.
to communicate.
No
I need
way.
you guys to communicate with each other for 2 seconds with both your mics not muted when the other's talking.
He just sounded like Brenda when he said he is not Brenda. Like, I'm freaking out, man.
I need to hear it. Well, it'll settle. It'll settle.
Donald is not Brenda?
Well, they're both here now, unmuted, so I want to hear them talk to each other with both their mics not muted.
What do I get? What do I get out of it?
Can I give you a big hit?
You get a trip to Antarctica.
Come on.
At the same time, how about one? Can we do like a 3, 2, 1, go, and then they talk at the same time? All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Don't everyone speak up at once now.
They can't do it.
Let's try this again.
They can't do it.
3,
they can't do it because
2, 1, go.
I have nothing but good feelings for Brenda.
That's what Brenda will say.
No, I bet. No, it's the same person. They've just got one's just got one phone in one room, the other phone in the other room, and they're just walking back and forth. Isolate the
back and forth.
Come on,
I need you guys to cross talk at each other at the same time.
You guys are great at talking over each other all the time. Let's just do it once.
That's crazy if Brenda's pretending to be a married man.
Yo, Brenda. Yo, Donald. Yo, Brenda, Donald.
I'm Donald.
Brenda Donald.
Brenda and Donald, they're the same person, guys. This is so weird.
That's the conspiracy.
It's so weird that you think that. The weird thing is that you think that.
I'm not gonna lie, like that's the first time I've. Sorry, Jimsy, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's the first time.
That's the first time I've heard Donald, and I think I might have heard him once before. But as soon as I heard him, I did think that. But then it was kind of hard to get it out of my head because I always thought. Now I don't think this is true. This is just a suspicion that I had because when you look at Mark Sargent's eyebrows and his face structure, and then if I had never seen Brenda go on cam, I would never have thought it. But I always like after that, it's hard for me to get it out of my head that Brenda and Mark Sargent are the same people.
That means Donald is
Sorry for you, Brenda. I apologize, Brenda.
Wait.
That's a horrible thing to say about you, Brenda.
Did they just talk at the same time?
You think I'm Mark Sargent?
Look
I can
like.
see it. I can see it.
Wait, can we just please get Donald and Brenda to say something at the same time and overtalk each other for the love of God?
They can do it.
Well, Amish, I will say that I was watching when Brenda said, "You think that I'm Mark Sargent?" Donald laughed and he lit up at the same time. So they
There you go. Conspiracy squashed.
That just means they're in the same room together. And it's one person. And it's one person on two devices.
In fact, we could switch chairs.
Well, no, we're the same person, so we can't switch chairs. If I get up, you get up, right?
You could be
let's just
a twin.
Let's just merge them like a Super Saiyan fusion. Call him Donald.
Like Voltron.
Like my younger brother. Or something like that.
Well, I am a younger brother. Am I your younger brother? The world may never know.
May not.
Fusion!
But we're certainly not the same person, are we, though? So can you guys please stop saying that? You insult Brenda every time you compare her to me because she's way better than I could ever be.
What the fuck?
Actually, according to the Dragon Ball Fusion, whoever's the weaker, it'll go into the weaker person.
This is paranoia.
That's what Fusion says.
Wait,
do you realize how paranoid you are?
No, I think we just got an over talking there. I think we just proved that they're different people.
Yeah, no, Brenda, it's a joke. I mean, because you guys do sound a little similar. Yeah. Your voice is a little bit more like a smokier, kind of like airier-ness to it than Donald, but you have the same pitch and same overall tone. So it's just an ongoing.
You have a beautiful voice. I love your voice, by the way.
Brenda's got more whiskey.
Hormone induced. Anyway,
we all know that
let's not go there, guys. Come on.
When a man and woman get together, they become one flesh. So Donald and Brenda will be one flesh.
Guys, let's not go where this can go.
So Will Smith recently today just put out a video showing how you can track Jaren and Witsit and the others real time as they go. Will, did I say that? I'm sorry. That was just a
Will Duffy, the actor, like
Duffy. Will Duffy put out a video showing how you can track the everybody involved in the experiment real time. I think you'd enjoy that.
Are they using Dirt's app?
One, it's not an experiment.
It is an experiment. It's many experiments, actually. It's a bunch of experiments.
Use a flat friend finder in Antarctica.
Definitely an
experiment.
Using the Haverstein formula. His app uses the Haverstein formula, just so you know.
I'm so sick about hearing about that thing. Look, it's not an experiment, and it's definitely not final. It is a trip, and that's all it is. And this whole thing is so sus. It's like,
Well, I mean, do you think that you have to be in a particular place at a particular time to perform an experiment? Is that what's necessary for an experiment? Do you think that experiments cannot be conducted in Antarctica?
That is such a malformed question.
What's your default response? It's a malformed question, even when it's not.
Stop yelling.
So,
They're gonna do an observation.
how about this? Can experiments be performed?
Hello.
So can experiments be performed in Antarctica?
Yes. You can go to Antarctica and you can boil water and determine the heat. Boil the water. Yes, you can do that. But
so experiments can be performed in Antarctica.
Yes, but looking at the sun from any position is not an experiment; it's an observation.
Well, it can be a measurement also. Measurements can be considered a part of an experiment.
No, Donald, they will do an observation like the guy told you, and they will have to throw.
I mean, they're doing a bunch of different things. They're not just going and looking at the sun.
You're going to be muted, Donald.
Just listen. So
go ahead.
They will do an observation. They will observe the sun if it is doing a 24-hour sun or no 24-hour sun, and they will throw a hypothesis depending to what they will observe, and after that, they will have to do an experiment where they have to manipulate the independent variable, which will be the cause of that 24-hour sun when they will observe it.
That's what they're doing. They're manipulating the variable. They already have the hypothesis.
They will just do the observation, which is the first step in the scientific method.
No, it's a scientific method because we've made observations at other latitudes.
No,
right? And so the prediction is that at that latitude, the sun will be up above the horizon 24 hours a day. So it's a continuing experiment of observations made at differing latitudes on the Earth. And the flat Earth prediction is the sun will set. The globe prediction is that it will not set, and therefore falsify one or the other.
No, the globe prediction. Sorry to interrupt.
I just want to ask a question.
Okay, go on.
Those observations in different latitude, McToon or Will Duffy?
What?
Who did those observations that you just talked about?
Everybody has.
No,
we can just draw from observations. You did tonight when you saw the sun go down. You made an observation. Everybody's making that observation.
Sorry to interrupt. The claim of the final experiment, between quotes, is that the sun will circle around 360 degrees, right? Yes or no?
The flat Earth prediction.
At Antarctica, the globe prediction is that the sun has to circle around 360 degrees. Yes or no?
Yes, and the flat Earth prediction is it will set. Right?
The flat Earth prediction.
If it does one or the other, it will falsify one or the other theory.
The sun is heavenly body. The sun is a heavenly body. The sun is the celestials. You can't say the flat Earth is gonna cause the sun to do what it do. You can make a hypothesis saying that from that latitude on the Antarctic region, you can observe the celestial sphere and the sun going around the celestial sphere, and you will be able to see it for 24 hours. I can make that hypothesis.
Doesn't the sun exist in your flat Earth theory?
Sun is a celestial going across the celestial sphere.
It exists in your theory, doesn't it?
From the observer point of view on the ground, you can observe the celestial sphere from that position, and you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see it for 24 hours from that position.
Does the sun exist in the flat Earth theory?
No, it's not on the ground. It's on the celestial.
It exists, doesn't it?
The heavens above.
It exists.
Above.
Right? It exists.
It's not on the ground.
That's not the point. Does it exist or not? The answer is yes, of course it exists.
Above. It's going across the celestial equator.
The sun is always over somewhere between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, the celestial equator, right?
Yeah, it's never further than that, is it? So it can't be up. It can't be south at the 80th latitude, can it?
Well, if it's being observed from certain positions, you can say that it is
not looking south. I mean, Jaron has made this point multiple times that if you're facing towards the South Pole at the 80th latitude, Union Glacier, the sun has to be behind you. It can't be in front of you. Jaron has made that argument many times.
The dictator of what the sun does and the mechanisms of the heavenly bodies.
What the sun does is part of your model.
Of the heavenly body.
What the sun does is part of your model.
Don't you you are making assumptions.
No, not the ground.
You are making assumptions. It's not a theory. Flat Earth is not a theory, and we don't have a model. But you are making assumptions about it.
But you do have a model. You say
we don't have a model.
Yes, you do. You say it's flat.
No, we don't have a model. You know what is a model?
Flat? Is the Earth flat?
You know your house? Make a model of your house. How about that?
My model of my house? Well, I live in an apartment. My apartment is roughly cubical in nature. Roughly cubical.
You're building an apartment, you're building an apartment. Make a model about, you have to first you have to know all the distance. You have to measure it. So we don't claim a model.
Okay? Is the Earth flat or not?
Do you know, do you have all the measurements?
Yeah.
For the Earth?
Yes.
For our Earth, yes, we do. You don't for your model.
Yeah,
you can't even get the distance between cities correct.
We cannot claim a model because we don't know all the distance. Okay, to make a model, for example, you are building an apartment or your house, you have to know all the distance.
Okay? No, I don't.
So that's why we don't claim a model. Okay.
No,
if you make a model of your house, you still don't know what the mechanisms of the celestial bodies. You can make any model about your house, about the airplane that you use to travel across the world. You still don't know the mechanisms of the
Are the sun, moon, and stars in your model?
You can make a model of your car. You can make a model of your mom. You still don't know what the mechanisms of the celestials are.
I don't have to. I just have to have a model and make predictions. Right?
No. You don't know the mechanisms of the you don't know the mechanisms. You're missing variables. You don't know how that works, and you're still trying to say that you do know how it works.
Everything. I just have to know enough to make predictions. And since
like the astro charts that predict stars and things using stars over a flat plane.
Astro sharks? What the hell are astro sharks?
The charts that are used
astro
to
charts.
read
I'm sorry.
The stars. Yeah.
Yeah. You have a model that the Earth is flat.
It's geocentric. You don't
understand that? Oh, you don't have a geocentric model. You have a flat Earth model.
I'm talking
the celestials are heavenly centric, God centric.
You don't have a
are not ground centric.
You're not permitted to have a geocentric model. It has to be flat Earth.
Go around a certain point in the sky, and we're looking at them from the ground. They're above us in the celestial bodies are in the heavens above.
A model
you cannot have a model. You can make a model, but you're still missing the mechanisms that make the celestials work. So you don't know all of the variables to be able to make a model that actually works.
A model is just a representation of something out in the world, right, that can make predictions.
No,
but you're still missing the variables of the celestials.
You don't have to know everything. You can just know enough to make predictions, and you know
you can make certain predictions of what happens daily. Like the sun is gonna rise at a certain time, so that this morning, right? But you're still missing the mechanisms in place that cause all of the phenomena that is being observed. You don't know what is the cause of the effect that we call the sun. You don't know the source of the sun. You don't know the cause of the effects, so you're still missing those variables.
Does the sun ever go beyond the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn?
The sun does what it does, and if you observe the sun
not
doing
answering the
something,
question.
you still don't know what is the cause of that effect.
Does it ever go beyond either tropics?
There is a difference between observing the phenomena and the cause of the phenomena.
Yeah, because Jamesy could make a model where he could claim that in his model, chickens crow and makes the sun rise, and it would work. It would make the prediction every
Yeah, but
time.
that's not the flat Earth model.
No.
I just sent the star shot in the side chat. So yeah.
Yeah, a rooster crowing isn't the flat Earth model. The flat Earth model says the sun is always between either tropics, right?
Did I say it was?
The sun is not the ground.
Did I say it was? I don't think that I said it was, Brenda. It's just an analogy that shows the fallacious illogic of your claim.
It's not fallacious because we're just taking the standard model that the majority of
Can you post the model? Friend, post the model that you're talking about. I want to look at it.
that the majority of flat Earth. There's some.
Can you post the model and with the numbers that says the majority follows that model? Go ahead and post all that.
It's just the model that the majority of flat earthers accept.
Can you post it? Can you just post it so I can look at it? Because I haven't seen it.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
You've seen it thousands of times.
No,
They sell the maps and they sell actual physical
the model that shows the mechanisms
It's on
of
T-shirts.
and how they work. Post the model that shows the cause of the
on T-shirts and it's on maps. It's wall posters. It's on T-shirts. They build physical models.
Are you talking about the AE map? Is that what you're talking about?
That is what the majority of flat earthers accept. You might not.
That doesn't show that. Listen, Brenda. Does that show the cause of the effects of the mechanisms of the heavens above? Does that?
It shows relative positions. It still makes predictions. It says
observations. Okay?
The sun is going to be between either tropics, and if we go to the 80th parallel and look towards the south, then the sun can't be in front of you. The sun can't be in front of you. Can it? I mean, Jaron made this point, and it's the model that everybody has accepted for years, right? Which is the AE map.
No,
that's an assumption. That's your assumption. We don't we don't care about those false stereotypes. Okay, we just say we don't have a model and we don't have
but you do.
Map.
You do. You think the Earth is flat.
No.
You think the Earth is flat. That's a model.
Brenda.
Jaron is in the room right now. So.
Yes, Brenda. What the conferences sold the AE map as a model of the flat Earth every year, right? T-shirts, posters, and physical models. Yes.
We don't claim the map, and we don't claim a model. Okay.
You don't. That's fine. It's fine if you don't. You can disagree, but the majority of flat earthers do.
Do you know? No. Do you know if there's more continents?
That is wrong because every.
All right, can I grill Brenda? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I just want to state a quick point, if that's okay, before you do.
Go ahead.
Because Brenda's saying that the majority of flat earthers are all flat earthers or whatever, keeps changing it to try to include the majority. It's not the majority. It's Jaron and whoever else claims what he's claiming. It just means that he has an assumption of what the sun's doing on some model he's got in his head. Right? That doesn't mean that fits to every flat earther because that doesn't fit to me.
But I didn't say it fits every. I didn't say it fits every flat earther. I said repeatedly.
She's trying to say something. Let her finish.
She stopped talking, Jemsy.
Now you're moving the goalposts.
No.
She had stopped talking, and I started talking. I didn't interrupt her. Yeah. So I didn't say it was every flat earther. I said the majority several times. You're interrupting me now.
You still haven't included. Yeah, because you still haven't answered my question.
Earth
You
is
still haven't
round.
included the mechanism that makes the heavenly
who said
bodies
that?
work.
You don't have to know a mechanism. It just has to make predictions. That's all you need.
So you're saying that the observed phenomena from that position that is being observed, that the 24-hour sun is being observed, that is a phenomenon that is being observed.
The phenomenon being observed is whether or not the sun sets, right?
Okay, and if it doesn't set, that's it. That's the phenomenon that's being observed.
But your model predicts that it will set, and ours says it will not.
No.
It's a logical consequence of having a flat disk as your model, and a logical consequence of ours being a globe.
That is not the heavenly bodies. That is, you're talking about the ground, not about the heavenly
Who is claiming a flat disk?
You do.
Brenda.
No, you
Brenda.
are. Your words, not my words.
Arthur? Are you not Arthur?
That's
the only
I mean,
way that you can have a model is if you know all of the variables, because in disagreement to what you said earlier, that a model just makes predictions. Yeah, I showed you in a good analogy as how that is fallacious and illogical and wrong.
What was that?
It's
What was that?
More likely to be wrong than it is right. If you want to know the truth about it. But this is why over the years you guys have tried to pin a model on us. We've never claimed a model. You tried to pin a leader on us so that you can cut off the head of the leader and cause the beast to die. But we don't.
What are you talking about?
We don't have a model, so
You know who
cut the head off of it and make the beast die.
What are you talking about? Nobody wants to kill anybody, dude.
Reality.
Hold on.
Nobody wants
You know
to
who the
kill
leader is?
anybody.
You know who the leader is?
I don't think
Lord
that
Jesus Christ. Amen, brother.
Yeah, I don't think that there is any single leader. There's a number of them. Dubay, Flat Earth Dave, Jaron is a leader. There's several others.
It's not my leader.
I said a leader. I said a
It's not
leader.
my leader. It's not my leader. You are assuming that. It's
Didn't
not my
say he
leader.
was
I
your
don't follow.
leader.
Yeah, he's not my leader. How about that?
I didn't say he was.
Go to Jaron's channel and look in his chat when
He's
he's
leader of what?
running. And everyone that's in his chat, that's whom he might be a leader to. I'm not even going to say he's the
Yeah.
but that's
I don't even know who Jaronism is.
And that's many thousands of people. That's thousands of people.
Brenda, why don't you try this? Instead of talking about Jaron, or instead of talking about Will Duffy, or instead of talking about people that are not in the chat, why don't you talk to the people that are in here right now?
Yo,
I sort of thought I was to begin with.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Brenda, in your definition of a model, is a single variable sufficient to be considered? You know, you have one single variable, and can you make a model out of that?
A model, I think, is any kind of representation of, the world. Like if I model a temperature, right? Then I have a model for how I think temperature works, and I think that.
So a nonsense model.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rather, that it would be very crude. But it would still be considered.
No, it wouldn't have to be. It could be crude. Yes, it could be crude, right? So maybe I think that caloric is responsible for what we call temperature. And then I have a model for that it flows.
Right? I want to grow, Brenda.
Okay. So
since we're done here.
I was just going to ask, so if someone comes in here and says, we don't have a model, we just describe the surface as being horizontal or planar, is that in your understanding of the definition of model sufficient to be dubbed, quote, a model?
It's a crude one, but yes, I think it is, because you can use it to make predictions.
Okay. So I think this is where some of the discrepancy comes in, because if you're saying we have a model, but in here, as far as I know, no one said, oh, we know 4 or 5 different variables, like, the flatness and the sun and all these different things that would otherwise be used to constitute a model, right? Describing a set of variables helping to describe a certain phenomena.
Yeah, well, there's
I don't know if I've heard that in here. So
yeah, there's a lot of things I can take from the Earth is generally flat. It's a flat topographical plane, right? Yeah, I can understand that. And
So
from that, you can make predictions.
okay, so that would then be sufficient for you to say, oh, there's a model.
Yeah, we can make predictions about distances, for example, the distances from cities, one city to the next. You can make predictions about where the sun will be, and there are places labeled like Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, and the equator, right? And I think everybody agrees that the sun is between them and never strays beyond them. Well, if we are at the 80th parallel, close to it at 79 point blah blah, right? And you look south, it can't follow logically that the sun would be in front of you. It just can't. It's a logical argument.
So then your inference, your answer is the affirmative. A single variable can constitute a model. Thank you.
Oh yeah, but saying it's a flat topographical plane, there's a number of predictions you can make from it. Like I said, you can make predictions about the distances between places. And you can't account for that even. You can't even account for the distance between cities. You can't account for it.
All right.
Well, still, you don't know what is the cause of the effect of the observed phenomena.
I don't have to know. That can be a later investigation, right?
But you're claiming that the final experiment, you saying that the Earth being a sphere is the cause of the effect of observing the phenomena based on the position.
The Earth being a sphere, is the cause, and tilted slightly, is the cause for observing our prediction a 24-hour sun
from that position.
Yes, right. And the prediction of a
you're claiming that you know the cause of the effect.
Yes,
of the heavenly
the
body.
cause is the sphere itself that causes.
You don't have that. You don't have that.
No, that's the prediction made by the model.
You don't have the curvature of the ground.
What do you mean I don't have it? It's a model.
Brenda, what is the curvature of the Earth?
Since you don't have the curvature of the Earth, then you're extrapolating, saying, oh, since we observe a phenomena of the heavenly bodies doing what they do, that means that the ground is curving, even though you don't have that measurement. No, you don't have.
Yeah, you're not following what a model is. A model is a concept.
All right, Brenda, ready? What is the curvature of the Earth?
8 inches.
8 inches per mile squared, right? So if you look at the side chat, let's do the math. Over a 9 mile distance, what is the foot of the curvature drop? How much curvature drop is there in feet?
Yeah, I don't know. What does the chart say?
Well, I want you to say it.
Over 9 miles?
Yeah, about 9 miles.
It says something like 54 feet?
Yes, correct. So now, according to this, where would you say is the horizon? According to this blue image here, where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D?
I had to sneeze. I'm sorry. I had to mute myself and sneeze.
You're okay.
Yeah. There's no horizon on that first chart. Where's the horizon?
There's always a horizon.
Not in that chart. Not the first one.
I'll post it again.
It says drop.
How can you see water? How can you see water behind platform habitat if the platform habitat is 9 miles or 10 miles away?
Because you have refraction going on. Because the camera is
that doesn't work.
Yeah, it does. Because the camera is
so over 30 miles. let's do another example. Over 30 miles, how can you see from end to end across the water as
It's
if
a refraction.
So there's over 600 feet of refraction with a laser. You can see one end to the other. You can see your buddy holding the laser. Look at the video I just posted.
Yeah, drop doesn't say anything about amounts hidden. That's a wrong formula, dude. Didn't you know that?
Wait, say that again?
Drop is the wrong formula to use for determining the amount hidden.
I did post the formula from Washington University.
Wait, how is drop the wrong formula? If you're on a sphere, you can do some Pythagoras and shit and figure out.
It just registers drop from a tangent at your feet.
Yeah,
distance to the horizon.
No, the tangent is rather the ideal point of inflection, and one side of the tangent line meets your eyes, and then
your feet.
It depends on what you're doing, what you're measuring, what you're calculating.
The formula is at ground level, and it's a straight tangent line going straight out from your feet. It doesn't tell you.
You're right.
It doesn't tell you what the observer height should be, and the amount hidden.
You're right. If you're just doing drop, that's right.
Yes or no, Brenda? Do curved mirrors give off distorted reflections?
Yeah.
All right, so explain the Bolivian salt flats, how you can see 4,000 square miles without any distorted reflections.
The distortion is very, very small.
Not good enough. You can see from end to end, and
no, you can't.
And yeah, you can.
The distant mountains are partially hidden.
False.
Not true. The
Bolivian salt flats, 10% of the curve, you shouldn't be able to see them.
The Bolivian salt flats have been measured, right? Their curvature has been measured.
Is that what you posted last night there? Those
no, I don't think that was it, but it might have been. It might have been. Might have been.
Convex surfaces do not give a mirrored reflection.
Yeah,
they do.
Brenda, if you recall last night when you brought up the when the Bolivian salt flats thing was brought up again, you posted that thing from a .ws.
Flatearth.ws, yes. And I wasn't sure if that was exactly the Bolivian salt flats because it was in Spanish, and I don't know if the Spanish name and the English name is the same thing or not.
Okay. Well, what you posted was just a screenshot, and it was in English.
Yeah, but it gave the name of it. It gave the name of it in Spanish, and I just out of being cautious, I don't know if it was the exact same location that we had in mind.
Okay, so when you were asked, can you show the measurement? That's what you posted. So if it's not that, then that's fine. If there's something else, could you provide that? Because on that same note, the thing you did post last night, I tried to ask before you left what the specs were for the instrumentation being used to do the measurement, and I didn't get an answer because you had left.
All right, Brad. The sun reflection,
because there's a tolerance for these tools. So if what's being observed or measured is beyond the tolerance of the tools, it puts the results of those measurements into question. Now, if there's an error margin that can be factored in because it's known and all that stuff, well, then that needs to be sussed out. But what you provided didn't show any of that. So I was curious.
By the way, it wasn't because I left. It's because you people mute me repeatedly a lot. So if you're not hearing from me, it's your own goddamn fault.
I have no control over that.
Brenda,
we were talking.
So if you observe,
or you were no longer there. So that's all I know.
So if you observe the sun's reflection on the water, on the ocean or a lake or wherever, right? Reflection on the water, would the reflection travel all the way down the water towards you, or would it just be a little circle spot at one point?
So it's going to depend on the size of and the Earth is very large. So these reflections have very minute changes, right? A lake is very minutely curved compared to the rest of the Earth.
All right, if you look at the side chat here, you can see a difference between a curved surface and a flat surface. In reality, in our reality on Earth, the sun reflects off the whole of the surface, showing that it's wholly flat. Right?
Yes, but it's a bad comparison. It's a bad comparison, though.
I will post this video of a 30 miles across. I forget which lake it is. It's a lake in BC. You can watch the video. From one end to the other, you can see his buddy's friend holding the laser and see it shining on the camera. How could you do that with it when they're supposed to be over a 600-foot drop?
Because you calculated it wrong. You're using the 8 inches per mile thing again.
All right, so if I give you 3 different charts, I want you to tell me over 30 miles, what is the curvature droppage? 1, 2. Let me just find the third one. Three. Here we go. So here's 3 different curvature charts. Use whichever one you wish. Over 30 miles.
And Brenda, why is it?
30 miles?
And if I may just ask quickly, why are you saying that there's a problem with the drop calculation?
Because the drop calculation just considers a tangent drawn at your feet and extending infinitely out into space, and then the distance from that to a point on the Earth, right? But we don't. When we look down at things, right, and they're hidden by. We have a line of sight between us and, say, an object on the Earth. So you need a different formula.
Yeah, you know what that is? That I'll give it to you. It's that same formula, but shifted over a little bit, such that the tangent would be the physical limit to your vision, assuming that the horizon is the physical point, the tangent point that would obstruct anything beyond it from your point. So instead of the tangent line being at your feet, the tangent line is at that point from which you can no longer see beyond. One side of the tangent line goes to your eyes, and the rest of the tangent line is basically, supposedly, everything that you could not see. So from that same math, you can predict how much it should be blocked. No, this is in the official.
Where do you input? Yeah, where do you input the observer height in the drop formula?
In the drop formula specifically, no, but in addition to what I'm talking about,
then it can't be used to calculate the hidden amount.
Yes, you can, sir.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Do you see the photograph that I put up there? You see how it curves? Those are the Bolivian salt flats.
But
see how it curves?
Okay, hold on.
They're not flat. They curve.
Hold on. My question to you is, why can you not use what I'm talking about? Because everyone comes in here and says, "Oh, I got my Earth curve calculator."
They're stupid.
And this is
those people are dumb. If there are dumb globers out there, if there's globers that say you can use the 8 inches per mile drop formula to calculate observer height and amount hidden, then they're stupid globers.
Hold on. Brenda.
Wait. These calculators, they factor in refraction, observer height, etc.
Different formula. They don't use the 8 inches per mile drop.
It is the 8 inches per mile squared.
No, it isn't.
Some other variables put into play about observer height.
It's not the same. They use a very different formula. It's not the same.
Does anybody in here know what I'm talking about and can pull up that site?
Whoever is talking to you is like obscuring your understanding specifically. It's a big chat room. There's all sorts of people that are trying to be gassed against you.
Yeah, and I will call out dumb globe earthers every time. I will do that if I come across them.
Right.
Hang on.
Yeah,
So
just like,
somebody
like I also call dumb atheists when I debate.
Cargo, can I ask you a question? So do you mind let us finishing our back and forth, please?
Oh, I'm the problem?
You just interrupted, yeah. We're having a civil conversation, and you butted in with your peanut gallery.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, wow, indeed. Take a look in the mirror, bro.
Well, I
So I'm,
guess.
so I'm just asking the room, does anybody have a link to that site that I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about? Observer height calculation, limitations, and all that shit? Amish, you must know what I'm talking about. Haven't you cited
Yeah, I
it before?
posted it in chat. There you go.
Earth curve calculator,
Yeah, it's a
horizon, all that
McWest
stuff.
website on Metabunk.
There you go. So this is Metabunk, right? So isn't Metabunk Mick West or something who
Yeah.
hosts that?
Magnetic West. Mick Magnetic West, who actually said there's a Magnetic West. That guy.
What? He actually said that?
Yeah. Yeah, and 24/7 when he came in.
That's funny. Well, Brenda's muted, so I guess that cuts that short. But this is, your side's material. So. And he's gone.
Derp.
And I see Mr. Cargo left also. Too bad he didn't have the patience, because he was up. But, fuck that.
2 by 2.
I have a question for you guys.
All right.
I was in here last time and I was talking with Jedi about navigation and such things, and I had a feeling that he was grossly misrepresenting the literature. I asked him to send me the literature. He sent me a link to another flat earther interpreting the literature. I'd rather just see him send me the source material that he's basing his understanding off of. He never got back to me. I wonder fucking why, but whatever. If any of you guys could pick up the slack and you want some intelligent scrutiny of your fucking fantasy, then please send it to me.
Oh gosh.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can do without that. So, why don't, if you want help, it's probably a good idea not to come in and insult a bunch of people and then ask for help.
No, I mean, you guys are all retarded, but I'm happy to.
All right, well, how about fuck you, buddy? Because I don't want to talk to you.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, Tree, were you the one that was offered the link? Tree, were you the one that was offered the link to the material? Not people interpreting
Yeah, no,
the material,
he sent me
the material itself?
Yeah, you can stay on mute, fuckstick, and get out of here.
I could have sworn this was the guy who said, "Hey, who was said to, hey, here's the link to the other channel or the other server, in which there's a shit ton of material, source material, that can be scrutinized." I could have sworn that was the guy. If not, then I'm misremembering. But there's a difference between an array of source material and a single person interpreting a bunch of source material. If I'm not, misunderstanding. I don't think I am.
Fact of the matter is nobody knows what was sent to him and what he's looking at. Besides Jedi. I'm not going to trust this goober who came in hot like this to provide an accurate description of what was provided to him based off of his attitude.
Yeah, Goober is polite. That was completely uncalled. Oh, read, but I want to know. Get the fuck out of here.
Freaking Globe Earth Karens. I want to talk to Jedi's manager.
Oh, I'm making a fire edit right now, boys.
Brenda is claiming a curvature, but if you look, there's a line there, like perfect straight. So I don't understand. From left to right, you can see a straight line there. The middle.
Yeah, if you go to that location and you can use Google freaking Earth, you can take a measuring line and run it across the 40-mile length or whatever those roads are, including the train tracks. It's off to the right there. You'll find that the road deviates from the straight measuring line. It actually starts to turn and swerve at that very point that provides this illusion of supposed curvature that they think is globe evidence.
Exactly. You said at the right, it's the rail tracks.
Yeah, the train tracks, I think, is that on the far right there, and then you've got the highway. It's a 2-lane divided highway.
Yeah, that's interesting because it's straight and it never curves.
Yeah, they're not straight roads. They swerve, and you can tell by using the straight measuring tool in Google Earth. Like, this is so stupid. I'm surprised this is still an argument.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I am what you would refer to as a globe-tard. I don't understand why there'd be a group of people who just lie about this. What do they have to gain? Ignoring what reality actually is. Why would there be an organized conspiracy about this?
All right, I'm going to post why in the side chat.
Yeah. So 500 years ago, we have these Portuguese and Spanish navigators, and they were flat earthers. I learned this at school. 500 years ago, we have flat earth guys doing slash navigation on the water, and to them it was flat. So it's not flat earth is nothing new. So what happened then after that? Yeah, you have to ask the church, the power of the church, and the guys UK. They did start to hide the real North Pole to us. Yeah, you have to ask those people. Why they decided to just hide it and say, let's say there is a ball.
Right.
There's nothing more to
quiet noobs.
Discovery.
The guy who posted the most recent set of things. Why doesn't somebody what would happen if somebody launched a rocket into space? What would they see?
Well, it's curious because I have a testimony. The guy did spend 1 month on a house of an astronaut, and that astronaut said to him, "From above, you don't see Earth as a ball, and there's a barrier. No rockets went out." How about it?
What? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
So from above, looking to Earth down, he did say Earth is not a ball. From above, looking down, and he did say there's a barrier, and no rockets went out.
There's a barrier. What?
A barrier.
That sounds like bullshit.
So you crash into it and you die.
A barrier. What is gas pressure?
Yeah, Miguel, that sounds like bullshit to me.
Gas pressure? No. There's a container. To have gas pressure, you need a container. So the guy did say there's a barrier.
What guy's saying?
I don't know. Why couldn't gravity create gas pressure?
Yeah, show me the experiment about that. You have it?
No, because I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, you know
But
what is if you
What I just still don't understand as I look at this and I go back to like the rationales here.
I just want to say-
Why wouldn't somebody who works at NASA just like out the entire thing and be like, "Yo, everybody, they're lying to you. Here's God." I just like
I think they
just
all think Earth's
completely
a
don't understand.
globe too.
We have people
like insane to
that
me.
work at NASA. They are flat Earth guys.
Because most people at NASA are not actually going into space. So very few people. So.
We have a guy saying from the CIA, NASA. They use this inside joke at the CIA. NASA, not a space agency. Because space is not, the space that they showed to you in the television, all those CGI animation documentaries, is not right there. The reality.
So like
reality.
when you look at images from like the Voyager spacecraft, like it's fake.
The Voyager, for example, you have a satellite in space, a real photo.
Yeah, like the picture of Earth from Voyager as it's going away, and it's like a 1 pixel. It's like Carl Sagan's famous
I can
speech.
show you this. Let me see from Apollo. So let's see. Let's see. Apollo. Let's see. So I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna post this, and you're gonna tell me what is this.
Bro, I don't know. I'm gonna say it's a picture of the Earth, and you're gonna be like, "No, it's the bottom of a frying pan." I don't fucking know.
No. Yeah, is this an oblate Earth?
Looks like part of it's in shadow.
So, but you
Like
think
similar to
this
the
is
moon.
Earth? This is Earth from space. Do you think, in your opinion?
It's a frying pan.
I don't know. It's a picture of my nutsack. I don't know. Tell me what it is.
So they present this after this, They present this. So there's a big difference. But anyway, it's the same. They were. I'm gonna post it. So actually, you just have to. That's a window, right there. That's a window. So it was oval, the window. So they were inside. They did claim that that's Earth, and they did add a semicircle something to the right to make it round, and they are not in space. You just turn off the lights, and there you go. They fix space. It's a window. Some clouds,
He's saying that the moon landing was made in the studio. If you didn't understand.
Yeah. That's from a lost footage. You can post the link to that. Let's see. In the middle of that, you can see the original from NASA. Oops. Right there. About the moon landings, I have a testimony, the guy did said his father was a security guard, and there was an hangar, and there was 2 security guards, So they had a strict list of some who could go in and out, just so. This is a testimony. It's a testimony from his son. He did say when his father was watching the moon landings on television, he was crying, and he was crying not of happiness. He did said, "This is what they record inside that hangar," and he's talking about many details. Trucks coming with rocks and cement pounder. So when you see they in the moon, that supposed surface, it was made inside an hangar. Very interesting. I'm gonna get that. Let's see. And the guy did decline to give the testimony. And then, because he was a terminal disease, he had nothing. Then he decided to talk about it. So it's from his testimony. I'm gonna post it.
Sounds like he had a brain tumor.
No, it was not brain tumor, so you can erase that from your mind.
It sounded like you were kind of asking about whistleblowers earlier, Judah. So there's one, I suppose.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself.
I just made a mega picture, boys. 1 second. Chopping it up.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Check out this shit I just made, boys.
Are we talking about the flat Earth right now? Or?
Hold on, the cropping is bad. Hold on. Yeah, one sec.
Yes. Use a flat Earth right now.
The cropping should be better here. There we go.
Alright, so we here to debate flat Earth or what?
Yes. Please take a look in the side chat.
Side chat?
That's a demolisher right there.
What are you showing?
Read it.
I'm trying to. I can't make sense of anything.
All right, here,
Can you put it across?
let me hit you with this. Where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D?
I've got no fucking
Hey.
clue, bro.
Correct. Who said A?
What picture am I looking at?
Huh?
What picture am I looking at?
Look at the blue picture.
What is this proving? I'm a bit confused. So the horizon is just flat? I don't know. I don't know what this is.
Long story short, if the horizon is at A, then the Earth is flat.
True.
Didn't you go to space or something and see that the Earth wasn't flat? Or is that like propaganda?
Yeah, you can't go to space, bro. You gotta have to swallow that red pill that space is fucking faked, bro.
Oh damn, this is fake. What did that? There's like this iron meteorite that meteor landed on Earth. Where did it come from? Like,
let's see. Let's see that. Let's see. I'm gonna post a photo. So just a second. So this one. You see this crater? I just posted.
Yeah.
What do you think? You think that's what is the cause of this? Did something didn't fall down?
It's a crater.
Yeah. What you think this is?
Maybe something fell down from space, like a spacecraft or something.
So something coming from above did make this crater, according to you.
I have no idea, man. You give me no context. How am I meant to just guess off that? Someone could have dug it out for all I know.
Well, I'm just, you are talking about comets or something,
No, I'm talking about this biggest iron block or piece that we have came from space. Search it up. The biggest iron piece that we have.
So what they teach at school and television documentaries, what they say about this crater, how it was formed.
No one said anything about
something from like a meteorite, something coming from above, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes. That's
okay.
True, yeah.
So let's see. Let's see.
I'm not talking about someone specifically, but this in general, yeah.
Where I have the text. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna post this. People went to this place, and I'm gonna post citation from them. So they call it the Arizona Hydro Crater. So they found many evidence that it points to a steam explosion, like a geyser.
What is that?
Yeah, I did post it. They call it the Arizona Hydro Crater. So yeah, very interesting.
I can't understand what you're saying, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
I did post the citation. You can read it. It's not from me.
He posted it, and I'll read the top of it. It says the UN introduces numerous empirical evidences that will confirm that there was no impact and that the crater was formed by steam explosion. So if you want to know more,
steam explosion. I don't know why you asked me that such a specific question. I had no idea about the context of where that thing came from. There's an iron, the biggest block of iron that we have on Earth came from space. Like, search it up.
How do you know that? Why not trusting sources? Why not a volcano? Why not a volcano and did came from below? Beneath?
I'm not sure. Just trusting the sources. I'm asking you, like, is your whole stance on this? It's propaganda. Huh?
When you talk about comets, I can post let's see, another one. New Eyes comet. Let's see this one. This is a time lapse. Hey, Rumilainen, who cares about your craft? Okay, I did take that from a GIF. And what's your problem? I'm not talking about your profile picture. Anyway, it's at the bottom. It says concept. So anyway, move on. I did post a time lapse of that comet, New Eyes, and if you watch it, you will see that the stars and this phenomena is moving at the same rate. So it's not moving independently. So that's sorry. I'm not talking about gravity. So it's what they claim. This phenomena. It doesn't match what is there. It's not moving independently.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be 100% honest. I'm lost, bro. I'm actually lost. Like
you are talking about comets, and I did post a time lapse of a comet. Let's see if I have more, about this one.
I was talking about one specific case where, like, the chunk of iron was just on the floor, like exposed on the floor.
Yeah. So when there's a volcano, there's many minerals that came from beneath. The navigators a long time ago, they had problems with compass needles because this is not from me. There was some islands. They were volcanic origin, and because of they have this mineral basalt. So those compass needles were pointing to that island. So sometimes they were getting that thing happen. So the compass needle it was not pointing north; it was pointing to that island, made of basalt, from a volcanic explosion. So it has minerals.
Okay. Does that mean the iron block came from a volcano?
Oh my God. I don't know where is the cause of that, but I'm saying, there's when you are talking about iron. Yeah, go look volcanic zones.
Can I ask, does gravity exist? Does gravity exist?
Gravity, what is gravity? Something falling down?
Yeah, the force of being pulled down to the core of Earth.
The core of Earth? Who did check that? Who did saw it?
No, I just learned about that in my physics book. I don't know if it's real,
So I'm gonna post this guy, let's see. This is a geophysicist and seismologist. Let's see. Where I have it? See. Okay, so. Can
you just try and explain it to me, like why you don't like?
Yeah, you're talking about I'm gonna post it. So this guy is a geophysicist, and the guy is talking in that video. It's translated. The guy is talking. Anyway, so he did said that in his geophysics models, he is using globe models. In his seismologists, they are using flat models. Anyway.
Yeah, Miguel, in the interim, can I take this one? Because I like
yes, go on.
I like to get my reps up on the gravity thing, because it's a very crucial element in this entire thing. One thing I'd like to get straight out of the gate is I'm speaking to Rain, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Rain, when you use the word gravity, I think you actually already answered this. So just to be clear, you're speaking about the supposed cause of the phenomena that we witness, i.e., we drop something, the thing is quote unquote being pulled down by gravity. You're not just talking about the phenomena itself of something falls, therefore that phenomena itself is gravity, because some people kind of get those two conflated. Am I correct on that? You're talking about force specifically?
Yeah, I was just talking about I wasn't talking about the actual object and it's falling, like the weight of it or anything like that. I'm just talking about the force. The force.
Okay, because that's what's in contention. Because some people come in here and say, "Oh, you don't believe gravity? Look, gravity is right there. I drop a microphone. That's gravity." But what we see is a microphone, right? So when people come in here and say, "Oh, it's caused by something," it needs to be asked what that something is. Now you're talking about in your physics class, you're being taught this thing. What did they teach you exactly?
What do you mean? There's a lot to speak about on gravity. Do you want a specific area, or like what do you mean?
Yeah, to be clear, because it's my understanding there's at least two models of gravity proposed in the last 300, 400, 500, 600 years or so. Probably not even that far back.
I wasn't learning I wasn't learning like a topic of this is gravity topic. No, I'm learning about like vectors and like like different
Yeah.
forces. I mean, you have to understand gravity to be able to like understand like the forces acting on an object. You have to be able to know that
Okay, so
gravity itself
okay,
is a force.
so they're teaching you how to model the phenomena that would be subject to some mysterious force that we call gravity, but they're not giving you the rundown of the nature of the so-called force gravity itself. Correct?
I think I know a little bit about the nature. I think it's supposed to be prerequisite knowledge. I'm not too confident in everything I know about that.
Did they mention anything about Newton or Einstein?
Yeah, Newton.
Newton. Okay, so did they tell you what his theory of gravity was specifically?
No. We're doing forces, like I said. So we just learned like inertia, acceleration, and like an object in motion will stay motionless, then unbalanced force acts against it.
Okay.
That's what we talk about. We don't really talk about gravity itself.
Okay, because Newton proposed that the reason why we fall down is because the massive body of the Earth, being a ball in theory, is pulling on smaller objects of mass around it, i.e. mass attracts mass.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Now that has been...
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm used to. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the problem with that is that it was superseded by Einstein in the early 1900s, proposing that it's not mass attracting mass per se, it's the bending and warping of space-time, this four-dimensional Cartesian,
That's due to its mass. That's due to its mass, isn't it?
Right? That's
due
what?
To its mass. That's why, like, due to its mass. That's why I feel like a super dense, like a super dense point.
Right. So the theories are technically it's technically overriding Newton because they're quasi compatible, like they're on a certain scale. But in theory and like philosophically speaking, they're not exactly the same. The model checks out, like it's still the 9.8 meters per second acceleration, meters per second squared acceleration downwards on average, right? But philosophically, it's not the same. So Einstein proposed a four-dimensional, model, if you will, length, width, height, and time, as being this thing that actually bends. You follow?
Yeah, isn't that due to its mass though?
So, supposedly. So here's the problem with this entire thing.
They correlate.
The problem with
explaining the warping of space time.
Right. So you got the word right. It's a correlation. The problem with this is that, to my understanding, and to a lot of people in this room, because I've heard them mention it, there is no scientific experiment proving this phenomena. All they have are a series of observations to correlate. Oh, I have mass; it tends to fall this fast. This density, it tends to fall this fast, etc., etc. Ergo, it must be gravity. Now, that's not exactly. It's not exactly what one would otherwise constitute as a scientific experiment. Did they teach? Are they teaching you what the scientific method is?
Can you say that again? What the confusion is?
So this is this set of observations, right, where they can correlate. A certain mass falls at a certain speed, et cetera, ergo it must be gravity is their conclusion. But this is not this, let me finish. This is not what would otherwise constitute as a scientific experiment. So I'm asking you, are they teaching you in your class, or have you been taught in your prior classes what the scientific method is and how a scientific experiment is conducted? Tree, you can fuck off, by the way.
Well, gravity.
I'm asking you in the generic sense.
We're taught it's a constant. We're not taught to question the constant.
Sir, can you answer my question, please? Did they teach you in school what the scientific method is and what a scientific experiment is?
Yeah, we know what a scientific experiment is.
Okay, so what makes up a scientific experiment?
So, you mean like an investigation?
How is it broken down? What are the 4 or 5 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
That's why I say it. I pay them in chronological order. Can I just try and spur out some of the stuff? Because I'll be honest, we skipped this chapter in our book because I'm in year 11
More or
year
less.
12.
More or less, take your time there. But in general, because it is kind of the order is kind of important. But let's see.
So first, you make a prediction, a calculated prediction.
No. Okay.
Hypothesis.
No. You first start with an observation. There's a natural phenomena that occurs.
Don't you have to? Aren't you testing something though when you do like an investigation? Don't you have to try and see what's in the variables?
So you should be telling me this stuff, but the opposite is the case. A scientific experiment starts with an observation. You witness a phenomena happen. Then you form a hypothesis. Do you know what a scientific hypothesis is? A hypothesis is made up by? You got to know this one, man. It's grade 9 shit. Made up of what?
Bro, I'm a shocked at an investigation for probably like 2 years now. I'm just doing theory in my class.
Yeah, so in the theory, there's some basic building blocks.
You know what you can do, right? You can search up this physical cover. It's called the Hyman textbook, right? In that book, the first chapter is everything you're asking me.
Sir, can you just answer my goddamn fucking questions, please? It's a yes or no answer, and then we can move on.
I can't answer your questions confidently because I haven't done anything.
Okay, fine. So in a scientific hypothesis, it is basically an educated guess built up by a set of variables, one being the independent variable, i.e. the cause of the phenomena, the dependent variable being the phenomena itself, and then a set of held constant variables just to make sure that what's being manipulated in the experiment is actually the cause.
Okay.
Right? You got that? Okay. So in Newton or Einstein, can you point to me in a paper somewhere, maybe that they wrote or one of their successors did, what the independent, dependent, and constant variables are in their experiment proving gravity as being whatever?
I couldn't tell you. You asked me very specific things. I didn't even study any of their papers. I just learned the three main Newton. I'm doing Einstein next year.
Very good. Okay, so very good. So if you can provide a paper that demonstrates this or that shows this to be the case, then one can probably accept it as it being a scientific, like a law, basically a rule, a cause and effect relationship. Otherwise, it is just held up as a theory.
Okay.
Would you agree? Okay.
Yeah.
So
they are theories. They are theories. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so since they're just theories, how is it that everyone's waffling around, accepting them as absolute fact?
Maybe lack of a better explanation.
Okay. So it's just a theory then. Gravity, as it is told by the quote-unquote abstract, bendy, warpy space-time, having some sort of effect on the material world, however that happens, is really just a theory. It's not a fact, according to this.
We thought that Newton's. I'm not really sure about the specific gravity thing you're talking about. Like, we thought that Newton had like laws and stuff like that.
Einstein, sir.
Oh, I think you asked me about both because before you were speaking about both of them.
Well, I started with Newton, and then I explained how that is basically no one really uses that except for on a small scale because it's practical. But in other contexts, Einstein is preferred because it has apparently some more explanatory power.
Okay.
But it's purely theoretical because it has yet to be proven that somehow a four-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system has an effect on physical manifested, material or whatever. So my point is, if this is just a theory, then, like for yourself, sir, if you have not scrutinized this, how can you accept it as being an absolute fact? That's all I'm trying to get at. Who can actually, and how?
I think you see this a lot, like in science. Most people come to the conclusion like they're happy with the thing. I don't know. You know, when you can't prove something fully, they're just happy with the closest answer they have. Obviously, I'm not like a theorist or anything like that. These people have put their years into, but I'm just putting my trust that they're not blatantly lying to me. If that makes sense.
Well, they could not be lying. They could believe what they think, but they could just be telling you something that's just not true because they just got it wrong. That's also a possibility, right?
Yeah, but to come to these conclusions, they have to have independent, dependent variables and all this stuff to make what they're saying even like to be considered.
Right.
You're asking me just because I don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I'm not, sir. Here's my point. I'm not saying just because you don't know that it doesn't exist. My point is the people in this room have been here for some of them upwards of 10 years, asking these same kinds of questions, and nobody has been able to come in here with a cogent answer.
Okay, on Discord, why don't they just be willing to put 10 years? Why don't they just go in and like speak to some scientists or something?
They have, sir. They have, sir. We've cited. They've looked at. Some people have looked at the papers directly, and read some of their quotes and stuff like that. And it's basically just that. It's theoretical. It's a mathematical model. It's not a scientific model. There's a distinction.
You believe that like the people who went on to space and all this stuff, it was just all propaganda and all that?
I don't know what it was, but I'm not so sure it could have been done the way that they said it did. It was done.
If it was done, why would they want to prove that the Earth is a globe?
I can't divine their thoughts, sir. All I know is what's being said does not. There's a lot of things that don't add up. I.e., the ground does not curve, but they say it does. They say there's outer space, but we know, according to some of the natural laws that we exist in, that outer space, as it is told, cannot be what it is said. Stuff like that. It's like there's something.
Can you shed some light on me?
Well, think about it. Okay, down here where we are, we breathe air. Mm-hmm. We measure the air as being, on average, about 14 pounds per square inch of gas pressure, right? And one thing that we know about gas is unless it is contained by some sort of physical barrier, gas, if it's adjacent to another pressure system that is of higher or lower pressure, it'll balance out. So if we have 4 psi here, outer space is, what is it? Negative 17, 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, but there's no physical barrier. How do we still have gas here?
Isn't there atmosphere? It's just a random guess.
Well, the atmosphere is the gas. So you don't have gas containing gas. There's outward force being exerted by the gas, and that's what we measure as pressure. You follow?
No, I don't really follow. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Think about it. If you take a soda can, you pop it.
I know you're saying, but I think there's other variables to consider, or else we wouldn't have an atmosphere. What about the sun radiation?
Okay, well, if you're you can presuppose all these. You can presuppose the heliocentric model and then try to explain it away. But unless there's demonstration about all the variables doing this stuff, it is again just theoretical.
What about
it can be demonstrated. Hold on. Don't. It's just radiation. What? It's just light. Light would have a temperature change.
I'm saying the way it mutates. The way it mutates, like the formation of like the cells and all that.
Okay, so are you saying that light has an effect on maintaining gas in a specific form?
The waves.
Okay, so can you show that? Or are you just pulling shit out of your ass to try and explain it away?
I'm pulling shit out of my ass. This is what I learned in school, radiation.
What about radiation?
waves. So the electromagnetic, the basically depends depending on the intensity of the wave. It's got.
What about? Why are you? I'm asking you. What about them? Why are you bringing them up into this conversation?
Wait, why am I bringing them up? Because I'm saying I thought what I was thought was like that the atmosphere is protecting us from the radiation from the sun. If it doesn't exist, what's protecting us?
No, so no one's saying the gas around you doesn't exist. No one's saying that. What's being said? What's being said here is that if we live on a ball and there's gas around that ball, okay, number one, there's no measured curvature, so there's a problem there. But the gas under a certain degree of pressure would, without a physical barrier surrounding it, would balance out with the surrounding environment.
What do you mean by that?
So think about it. Like in the example I was just saying before, if you have a soda can, right? Once you pop it, the air inside the can go to under a certain degree of pressure. Let's say it's 20 psi. The air outside of it, 14. You pop that, it balances out, and now what's in the can is 14 psi, more or less, and what's outside around 14 psi. Why? Because the physical barrier has been broken. Now the gas can balance out, the pressure can balance out, because everything kind of,
Physically, when you say balance out, what do you mean by that? When you say physically, like what do you mean?
A physical barrier, some sort of physical material, like a soda can.
Oh, you mean like physical, like in the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is the gas, and if it's undergoing a certain degree of pressure, technically speaking, it can be argued that there must be some sort of physical barrier maintaining it.
So it's like a big like a dome or something, like something like holding the gas in. I can't see it.
That's what's in question. So what the point is, if it can be shown otherwise, then that's very interesting to look at. So far, everything that's been brought in here has just been purely theoretical, without any substance to back it up.
Speaking to some other flat earthers, and they say, like, obviously someone else can't say that to a flat earth and take it through, because all the things that they're saying because they see it on Earth. Like,
what are you saying is a theory? The flat Earth is just a theory?
No. I'm saying you can't say that to a flat earther, like, oh, it's a theory what you're talking about, because they just adapt all their conclusions by what's on Earth now, like what you can see, what you can feel. All that.
What's empirical? What's empirically demonstrated? Yeah, a lot of people in here ask for that. And I think that's a very reasonable thing to do. Because otherwise, you're subject to being told shit that you never verify. And then you walk around these ideas in your head that you don't actually really know are true. So what's the problem with saying, hey, how do you know that? Can you show me that? Who told you this? What did they do?
The whole flat Earth thing, it makes me scratch my head, because it's like, what if I walk to a certain area, I'm just gonna fall off? Like, it's so weird to me.
What gives you that impression? What gives you that impression?
Because I feel like the Earth itself is finite, and it's only like a certain amount of, I don't know. It's not like
hang on. So you feel that the Earth is finite. What gives you that impression, sir? How many online CGI renditions of a supposed pizza flying through space have you looked at to give you that feeling?
I don't know what you're saying. Pizza.
Think about it.
Oh, you're talking about the flat Earth thing. Oh, no, I didn't say anything like that. The way I'm thinking about it is, in my head, from what I was told, like, the space is so big and so, like, it's such a big thing. When I think of Earth, I feel like everybody's surrounded, like, everywhere on Earth there's different, like, civilization and different, like, societies somewhere. Like, and I think, like, we're all around the Earth. Like, we're all around this flat planet or something. Like, why can't you
here's what I think you've got in your head. You've got some sort of blend of the heliocentric model with the heliocentric model, sir. Helio being the sun, centric being the sun as the quote-unquote center of our solar system. Everything revolves around it, ripping through outer space at whatever thousands and thousands or millions of miles an hour. the shit that everyone has been taught since they were 5 years old. That's the heliocentric model.
Yeah, okay.
And by everyone, I mean everyone in standard education. Right. So you've conflated that model with your
I
supposed.
don't think that's anything to do with the magnitude of how big something is.
Well, sir. Well, then why would you think? Why would you think that there's? Why would you think that there's an edge to fall off of?
Brother, we're not doing this all day, dude. You leave, you're done. You leave, you're done. You leave, you're done, eh?
Rain, can you answer my question?
This guy kind of just made me a little bit. So what,
Yeah, what I'm asking you is, where did you get this idea that there's an edge to fall off of to begin with?
I don't know, I'm just imagining it like a piece of paper or something. Like when you say flat, I just imagine something 2D.
Okay. Well, we don't know that. No one makes a claim that there's an edge X distance from where we are now that if we go to, we're going to fall off of. So you can imagine all you want, but that's an unknown. How big it is or how far it is an unknown. What we do know is that the surface measures planar and level. Or at the very least, the measurement does not conform to the supposed model that is claimed, i.e., an 8-inch per mile squared drop rate. Excuse me. You follow?
Yep, I got you. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking. I think that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Like right now, if you go on Google or something and you look up flat Earth, like just type it in like a keyword, and you look at the images, you're going to see like the snow globe-like thing ripping through outer space. That's the imagery that everyone gets to see, but no one's. I don't hear that being claimed in here. Like it takes time to scrutinize and ask questions, so I commend you for being in here asking. And there's a lot to it.
The reason I came in here because, well, it doesn't. I don't think it really matters, but like, I just want to get to know like other people's opinions and stuff. But like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. It's just obviously because when somebody's like, if I try and like argue devil's advocate here and say I believe this, I feel like right now if I say it's a globe and whatever, that's what I believe. Yeah, and if I sit here and try and see it from your perspective, like I kind of that's what I'm thinking. Like I kind of just want to like understand how other people see things, if that makes sense. Because like from your perspective, I'm like manipulated by like society and all that, and I want to know why. You know what I mean? Like I get most of the like, oh, you can't prove yourself. Oh, it's just a theory, and like what made you think this and that?
Yeah,
like, I fully get that. That's why I'm here. I want to be exposed.
And that's
ideas.
And that's fine. So yeah, I get that. So one of the questions that comes up is why are they teaching this shit? Problem is we can't divine people's thoughts, so we don't know why. We just know that what is being taught, and it just so happens to not conform to reality. The reasons why I thought someone would push this, I don't know. If you really want to go down the rabbit hole, you might think that there's an evil plan to screw everyone over. If you really want to go that far, but there's, okay, bring the evidence to show that. Otherwise, no one's saying that your grade school teacher, grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teacher is deliberately, scheming to teach you misinformation. Like no one's doing that. So somewhere in the middle is probably closer to the truth. But that can be just left as such, because if someone wants to make a claim as to the contrary, then bring the evidence. Tree Man, can you shut the fuck up? I don't have mod powers. Okay, if you're muted, server muted, it's probably for a reason. I heard you waffle on before, so good thing you are. Shut the fuck up. Having a conversation here, sir.
Look, hey, I'll talk to him in a minute, but I'm just doing something right now. I'll mute him. I'm gonna rip him a new one.
So you follow Rain? Like that's the thing. If you start from brass tacks, Mick, Tree Man, shut the fuck up. Okay. Rain, like if you start from brass, I'm not talking to you. It's some douchebag in the chat. Okay. What I'm getting to you is if you start from brass tacks, okay, bare bones observation, and you start asking like grade 5 questions with an adult mind who can actually scrutinize the answers, you come to some of the conclusions and the things that we're talking about. That's all. So if you're good, you're good. Stick around and have a listen and you might learn something. Tree Man, I told you, I don't have fucking powers, man. Can't do shit.
Can you defend the flat Earth origin theory, like where it came from? And, like, can you explain it to me?
I don't know if there's just one theory, sir.
I don't want to saying the origin of its, like, where it came from. Like, where did you learn from it? And, like, where did the whole entire, like, talk of it come up? Like, where did it come up from?
I told you, there's not one theory that I'm aware of.
There's not like
so I can't explain what one theory is because I'm not aware of one.
At least I know that. Go on.
Go ahead, Miguel. No, you go. You go, Miguel.
I just want to say, at least I know that I don't get this human body didn't come from monkeys because we don't have monkeys evolving. So yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, we didn't come from monkeys because we should see monkeys evolving to humans, but I don't see that. So it's just a theory, a failed theory. Go on, India.
I think it takes a lot of time for things to evolve, even in the case that we did evolve.
What they do is just assumptions. They found something. They do assumptions. You know, even in
evolution. I don't really do biology, so I wouldn't tell you everything, but like. I think it's linked to the fact that some species were in certain environments that forced evolution, and that's why the monkeys they're not evolving. I think, like, I don't know. I also think it takes a lot of time. Like, I think there's a lot of variables to consider when you talk about evolution.
Yeah.
Like, makes sense.
You know, they found something, some bones. They just made an assumption. You know, they just join in these bones, and that's it. They even they fake it. Anyway, it's a business. What you said?
You believe we came from God?
Well, you see, DNA. Can you put some random cells and and make it like DNA? Because I don't see in that so yeah, it was made designed.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
So there was, for example, you think this Earth it came from nothing?
It's reality. Did you say?
Do you think that all that exists came from nothing? Yeah. For example, a house. How you make a house? You have to take something to make another thing, right? So yeah, creation.
Creation's
so yeah. All beings have DNA. And I don't see any experiment that can present to us, random cells became DNA. So that's it. Go on, India.
I got to be quick because I'm cooking something. So you asked where the flat Earth idea come from. You got that backwards. Everybody thought the Earth was flat until some idiots came around and said it was a globe.
I'm saying, yeah, even that idea. Where did that idea come from?
Observation of reality. Go outside.
I'm saying, do you guys have like I don't know, like you know how we got like Newton and all those type of people who like are really, I feel like, do you have like anyone who's like teaching it and like explaining it to people and all that, or is it just
The Chinese.
I don't want to hear this shit anymore. Mick, let's go. You want to have this discussion? Let's do it right now.
Who's talking? Tree, you're back.
Fake ass
bro,
motherfucker.
I don't want to hear this bullshit anymore. Let's just get to it.
Tree man, tell me how LIGO used templates, because you know so much about it. Yeah, how LIGO used. Yeah, how they use templates.
I can tell you how LIGO works. They shoot two perpendicular.
You have no idea how LIGO works. Stop talking.
I know exactly how it works. I know exactly.
How LIGO use templates to detect to get a deal? Tree man, why did LIGO? So Tree man, in the chat.
Hey, Target, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mike.
How did LIGO use templates?
Hey, Mike. Are we having this discussion or not?
This is why you're muted. You're about to be muted again.
Hey, Mike. Are you running or are you running this discussion? You're on this discussion or are you running? Hey, Mike.
Mute him. He's a fucking clown.
Mike, you got 5 seconds, bro. Come on.
Yeah, you got to slow us. You don't have to do physics.
Mike,
you have to do anything.
I'm talking to Mike.
It's in the dude's spur.
Hey, Mike, you pinged me. Do you want to have this discussion or not?
No, keep spurring.
Hey, Mike, you ping me, bro. You want this discussion or not?
Spurring.
You ping me. You ping me, bro. I told you to ping me if you wanted to have this discussion, and now you're like fucking hiding behind me.
So, Tree, I'm going to set some rules for you. If you fucking interrupt him and you spurg out, I'm booting you out of the channel. So it's going to be this is not a negotiation. I'm telling you what's going to happen.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what's going to happen. If he interrupts me first,
you're gone now. So go fuck yourself.
But let him say so we can have a good conversation.
No, you can go fuck yourself too. You're gonna be next. Right. You can literally go jet be next.
I don't know why you're abusing your power. We're trying to have like a meaningful conversation, bro.
Yeah,
like,
you are next. Okay, bye, Rain. You're next.
All right, bro.
No one's abusing power. You do this burning. Let me give Rain the rundown. Due to spurging, we're recording this. This is an audio nightmare, right? So you were having a normal conversation. This dude is not going to have a normal conversation. He's going to try to steamroll Mick, and then we don't want to listen to it.
Yeah, Tree Man was in here the other day, and he couldn't answer any questions. He got all butthurt and shit. Now he's coming back with supposed ammunition about LIGO. I'll admit, I don't know anything about LIGO, so I'm not the right person to talk to about that.
The little bitch ran, man.
Yeah, I mean...
Indio called him out and he ran like a little bitch. That's all you need to know.
I thought the guy kicked him.
No, he ran.
No, he muted him.
He didn't want to talk to Indio.
Okay.
Couldn't even answer a simple question that Indio asked him.
And you would think that if the guy actually wanted to have a conversation like at all, he wouldn't just pick and choose who he would want to talk to, i.e. trying to identify the guy with the least amount of knowledge in the particular topic that he wants to bring up, so as to make it seem like he really knows what he's talking about.
Yeah,
right. That's not how you have, productive conversations.
I probably know the least out of everybody. I'll be honest.
And that's fine, dude. But you're asking the questions. That's fine. You're allowed to not know something. I don't really have much of an interest in LIGO. I'm interested to maybe hear about how that supposedly proves something. So I would let those who are knowledgeable about it have that discussion. I don't have any particular questions myself, so I wouldn't even know where to start.
I don't know what you're saying when you say LIGO. I don't even know what that is. No clue.
Do you know what LIGO is? Okay, LIGO is like this giant facility where they've done some physics stuff with light down a giant tube, and people make the claim that, because they did that and it was successful, I guess, to whatever degree, it must mean that we're on a ball. And that's what, people run with that.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah, too bad, that discussion couldn't be had because the guy who came in here wanted to talk about that didn't know actually how to communicate. So he spurged out and left because he's trying to, pinpoint me, have a quote unquote discussion with me, even though it would not be a discussion. It would be a fucking steamroll. Like
he said he had a degree in physics, bro. In the chat, he just said that.
That would be great to hear him.
He don't
demonstrate that.
So LIGO is the Large Interferometric Gravitational Observatory. So what they do is they take two lasers perpendicular to each other, and they wait for a gravity wave, and if they see a phase shift in the lasers, then they detect that gravity wave. That's what he knows, because that's what the newspapers say. That's what you go on phys.org, that says. But if you go on LIGO's website and read what they say, it's nothing like that. So this is the problem. We have people that defend these ideas because they read a media article from some science reporter. But then if you actually go read the papers that were written, it's nothing like what was reported in the media. So I asked him a question, specifics about LIGO. So LIGO costs $4 billion. Is that a lot of money, Ray? $4 billion, a lot of money to detect gravitational waves? Big money to be spent. Billion, 4 billion. Billion with a B. Yeah, billion, bro. We're talking 20 years ago, 4 billion, which is worth a lot more than the 4 billion now, obviously.
And what did they discover?
They discovered how to keep getting funding. They discovered how to get another 4 billion. And how you get another 4 billion is to have funding that funds you for 8 years. And then when you're 6 months away from your funding being up and you have not detected anything, you inject into, and this is a public record, you inject.
It's a lot of extrapolating.
So you inject, from the LIGO's website, they publish papers. So they did a test.
You don't see anything.
Yeah, so they didn't detect anything, and they said, maybe we just don't know what a gravitational wave looks like, so we're going to make these things called templates, right? So a template is like the waveform that they would, so they modeled a bunch of different gravitational waves, what their waveform would look like. And then they sat there, so you got to think, they're getting a signal that's noisy, right? So you ever seen like a side, what do they call it? A seismograph of like earthquakes?
You know, man, I'm like a rookie in this kind of area.
No, for detecting earthquakes.
Oh, you mean like a something size, right?
Seismograph, right? If you watch them, right, they're always like jiggling a little bit, right? That's called noise. There's always going to be noise. The thing is, when they get a signal in an earthquake case, the signal is so much larger than the noise, you can see, hey, there was an earthquake. In this case, it's the reverse. It's a lot of fucking noise, very little signal. So what they said to themselves was, if we do get a signal in all this noise, what will it look like? So we're going to make models of what we expect the waveform to be, and we're going to make 800 templates, and we're going to wait until we get a waveform in our little detector that matches what we believe we should see. And this is exactly what they did. They basically looked at random noise until they got a random wave pattern that matched one of their templates, and then said, look, we discovered a fucking gravity wave. Give us $4 billion more, which happened. But, Tree Man doesn't know any of that because he went on phys.org and saw gravitational waves were detected, and that's all he knows. And he was going to scream at Mick over and over again, not like as if he had some sort of knowledge, and Mick knows even less than him, right? Mick didn't even read the news articles. So it's basically the one-eyed man in the land of the blind, right? He's king.
Yeah, all I'm aware of is the claim.
Is that it exists. There's a place called LIGO that exists that they said detect the gravity waves. That's all you know.
That's all I fucking care about. Like,
he knows that there was two detectors, one at Hannaford, one at frickin' Livingston, and they use interferometry to detect gravity waves, and they detected a black hole ring down. So he just read a news article, but he never actually went on like LIGO's site and actually read their documents, what they said about what they're doing, right? So, or evaluations from other scientists on what they do. So this template thing was exposed, not by some flat earther, it was exposed by a physicist at CERN that's been working at CERN for 40 years that said this gravitational wave is a bunch of bullshit. They basically cherry-picked the data. They just looked at a bunch of noise and waited. If you have random noise, eventually you're going to see any signal you can imagine in your head. Because it's noise. It's random. Eventually you're going to see the pattern that you want in the noise. Yeah, that's called cherry-picking and confirmation bias. But, of course, Treeman knew all this, right? Because he's got a degree in physics. Right, boys? Anyway, Rain, we'd much rather talk to you because you don't seem like you have a dog in this hunt. He dipped though, bro. Oh well.
Oh, that's too bad.
He's another I mean, it's funny that I brought up he read a news article. That was his conception of flat Earth, right? He read some article online about flat Earth, and that was his idea about it. Space disc.
Talk about Tree Man or Rain?
I'm talking about Rain.
Yeah, I guess so, man. Like, he didn't say what.
He said the edge and all that stuff, right? So he didn't come up with that idea.
Mentioned that. So, yeah, of course, he was definitely told that. You know, so I brought, or I showed him, like, look, Google it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Of, like, you know, what is mainstream told to people about what this is, and you'll see a flying pizza. He's like, oh, I didn't talk about a flying pizza. Like, I know, but in your head, you've got the two models, quote unquote, kind of bunched together, and that's what you get out of it: a flying pizza orbiting the sun. But no one's saying that that's what's going on. So, hey, no wonder you're confused.
Hey, would you like me to unmute F.E. Christ? He might want to introduce himself to Indio.
By all means, man. Like, he's a good guy.
Yeah,
well, I muted you. I think you were hot mic, bro. I muted you because of that. I think it was you. I'm not positive. I just saw you like flashing and shit, so I figured must have been you.
I was talking to my dog, so it was my bad.
Yeah, that was you.
F.E. Christ might be one of the funniest newcomers in a while.
I like his picture. A, B, C, or D.
All right, we got any Golders in here right now?
Yeah, I heard him last night. So just like the NPCs they are, he goes A, C, B, or D. Rolling my boulder goes, I don't see D. Brenda comes in 3 minutes later, says A, B, C, or D. Brenda's like, I don't see D. Like these people are fucking morons, man.
Yeah, by the way, Indio, you missed it earlier. We confirmed we dismantled or disconfirmed our once prior theory that both Brenda and Donald C were the same person because they were never here at the same time, but they sound the same. They were actually both here and spoke to each other. So that thing is out the window. It's finally over. Wrap it up. Let's go home, boys.
Did a romance start? I mean, are they gonna like get together, man?
They couldn't tell whose panties was whose.
Oh God,
gross. But that was funny. I think it was a 2 or 3 month long speculation that I had. But it's all over.
Under my administration, we are going to prove that the Earth is flat. It's going to be huge.
You got small hands, dude.
Make flat great again. You know that when they, people are talking, the edge or falling down, falling off. That's actually from, the navigators. Portuguese navigators. They were flat Earth guys, but they were afraid. What's next? So because of that, afraid, they didn't know about it. What's next. So. Yeah, it came from that time. But of course, water in a lake has a shoreline, and this ocean has a shoreline, so it doesn't fall off. They even call it the ice wall.
So I've got some interesting speculation. I was looking at like the second, third stages of different rockets, and I noticed that I hadn't noticed this before, but the payload, like the satellite part, sits in a fairing, and there is a shit ton of empty space above the satellite in the fairing. Like in every single photograph and schematic and everything I keep pulling up. And I'm like, well, wouldn't they have to depressurize all that? I mean, that's a lot of empty space that they'd have to waste and depressurize. They could pack a whole bunch of shit in there. Like for balloons and stuff, I'm getting at. They just leave it out. They just don't show that part. Here, let me post some stuff. Here's one. Here's one. Here's another. Look at all that wasted space that they have to vacuum out. Here's another. Here's the whole lineup. Look at all that empty space. Like, what the fuck?
You can put just some gas inside. Like
you could pack an echo balloon in there.
Yeah. I saw, when you see these rockets, there's a lot of gas coming out. So yeah. So a bottle of gas, that you use in a house. Sometimes they have this ice outside. You have seen that? No.
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
So when in these rockets you see a lot of ice falling off. So it seems that there's some gas inside. Even the space shuttle, it's like a balloon. So they fill it with the gas.
That's a good point. Who knows what they do? Do they pump helium in? I don't know.
It goes very slow up. It's much slower than an airplane. Or let's say an F-16, it's much slower, An F-16 going vertically up, it's more fast than that. So yeah, the one from the Russians, they did a replica of the space shuttle. There was a guy, I saw a video. The guy was seeing the walls. It was with foam. Those walls. So very interesting. They made a museum about that at Russia. So the guy was there, and he found out the walls were with foam. So it was lighter.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going on?
Because how you can explain a rocket going up, even though that Apollo 11 or whatever, going up, and there's a lot of ice falling off. So some gas eats inside, and even those, even the space Challenger that the one that did blow up. Let's see. I did found that they have an escape route. Let me see if I found that. The video is not available, but I did save it.
Oh, yeah, I mean they said that that's for emergencies for them to go down. But I mean, airplanes fly and get ice on the wings and stuff. So I'm not too conspiratorial about ice on rockets.
Yeah, the one that did blow up, and you see those guys much older with similar names. So I'm gonna post this one. This video is not more available, but yeah, they don't have to go inside that rocket. They just can stay there, that cinema room, and watching the show. I did post it. So that explosion did happen, but those guys were not inside. They were just there, watching the show. And it seems that some of them they get some kind of witness protection. They change location. The guy is going a different life somewhere. Anyway. I was watching a live stream a long time ago. So they were showing this. Let's see. So I was watching, and the place they were traveling over was not matching with the camera, so it was not synchronized. So then they just jumped to this, let's say it So they were showing this. Let's see more. So they did change it, and sadly they post this. Because it was not synchronized.
Yeah.
You see that map? They were over country, and it was not matching with the camera. The right top left, top right, top down. Sorry, at the bottom right. So suddenly they just show this, this message, this video from space station, external high definition camera, due to either loss of signal between, and it. Yeah. Let me see. I think I just took some print screens. So they post this message there. A shivered video will be. I'm gonna post it. A shivered video will be shown until the connection to the space station is established. So it's not a live stream. It's they are just playing a video, a recorded video. Because when I was detecting it was not synchronized. So yeah, someone did found that too, and say some malfunction, that connection. Very interesting. When something is going wrong, they just change to another camera. Like a rat on top of. Let's say I'm gonna show the space rat. It was a live stream, and I didn't know the beginning, but I was watching other things at YouTube, and suddenly at the right, it was that live stream, supposedly live stream, and suddenly I went to just look it, and suddenly I just saw that, and then it was not me, just me. People at the chat were starting to talk about it. So let's see, where is it? Space Rat. Okay, so this one, this is from the video, that part, and I did save the link to that specific time. It's still available, from NASA YouTube channel. It's a Space Fake X. The studio was infested with rats. Very interesting. These days they did change that. That red glow. Nowadays it's more glowing. So they did change it. So part of this was made in the background. You can always change it. And after this, the guy did change to another camera. And the next ones they are trying to put something falling down, etc. And there are some Globers. They claim this is not an animal. It's just some ice or plastic debris. I think they never saw at least the graphic. How can they explain an ice with 2 years and the tail? And the behavior of the rat when he's next to a wall, it's to follow that wall, close. So yeah, the guy. This is circular, and the guy is just doing it that way. This one you can see more clear. More exposure. If it behaves like a rat, it looks like a rat. It's not ice. Walking. Come on. Anyway. But there's some globers when I show this, they accept, oh, this is red. But Matthew learns, no, this is plastic. Breeze. It's like that song, Space may be the final frontier, but it's made on a Hollywood basement. These days, Hollywood is going to a NASA facility to do movies because they have the biggest green screen. They have a lot. How you say? Practice using harness. People on harness. They even have a patent, so to use that in the movies, they have to go to NASA facility. That Ender's Game, that movie, I did watch it. If you see how they did make it, the guy is on wires, harnesses. Space it's a business, entertainment business. this one. So you see the hair of that lady. It's falling down. So they are looking at that. It's magic, magic show. Smoke and mirrors.
Crikey, all's quiet on the flat earth.
Another sleepy Sunday evening.
Mic check.
Your mic is good.
Okay, just checking. It's quiet.
Yeah. They give up. To prove the ball Earth.
They're kind of left with no choice if they have no measurement of curvature.
Yeah. And they say refraction, no? It's because of refraction, and then let's go higher. And why is the horizon still horizontal? I don't get it. That refraction is not working very well.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was just thinking, I've been thinking about this for probably about 6 months now. All of these people that's got money to throw at some so-called experiment, measurement, observation, whatever they want to call it, no matter how fallacious, whatever they call it, maybe, people that's got a lot of money to throw towards this, there is, or at least one that I can think of that would be conclusive, that I don't think anyone would have any basis or grounds to argue against, that they can't use, they can't argue optics, they can't anything. We have technology now that will allow us to have. Have you ever watched these drone shows?
Yes.
They can put dragons in the sky. They can put flying birds in the sky, whatever. It's and they're pretty freaking accurate, man, about in their orientation with one another. All these drones it's very accurate with their orientation to one another.
Exactly.
So their altitude above the Earth is going to be accurate, or they wouldn't be able to do that. So if you took a hive mind, and how much this freaking Antarctica thing is costing is absurd to me, because it's not even a measurement. It's not even an experiment. It's only an observation, and it won't tell you anything about the Earth. It only tells you shit about the sky. So if someone really wanted to be definitive and be conclusive about whether Earth is curving or not, and they wanted to throw money at it, drones would do it. You could have hive mind technology, and you could literally, you could do it for the fun of it, right? Have a drone show where it makes a ruler, but you don't have to make a ruler. But you could just have them communicating with one another over a long distance. And if they all measured coplanar with one another while also measuring equal altitude, then there you go. It's there's no argument against that. It's obviously flat and level, and not even the most staunch glober or the most experienced wordsmither, they can't get out of it. So drones with hive mind technology, to me, is the way to go.
Just ask them the A, B, C, or D question.
To me, it's already conclusive, right? The Earth is flat and level. It's not curving in either direction. From what I've seen, if someone, I don't know if they can produce something in the future showing it slightly upturning, maybe that would be the case. I don't know. And I only say that because of that Augusta card where he claimed it appeared to be flat and level with slightly upturned edges. So, I suspect that there could be a possibility of that, but I think that the slightly upturned edges were due to all the ice, and maybe it's not even that. But if anyone really wanted to be conclusive and determine it where no one would have an argument, drone hive mind technology is the way to go, in my opinion. And I'm working towards it, but I'm working with very little money. I'm not a rich person. I just make it try to make ends meet from week to week. So I don't know how long it'll take me. But if anyone's got a lot of money they want to throw at something, because I see here in the last year a lot of money getting thrown at a lot of dumb shit, if you ask me. But I think that the money that would have to go towards that would be minuscule compared to the money they're throwing at everything else. And it would be conclusive. But I don't see anyone hopping to do it. Because why? Because the ones that are trying to throw all this money at shit is Globers are mainstream narrative pushers, and they want to be able to leave enough room for wordsmithing and the mental magic that they try to do with people. They don't want to be conclusive because they know it's flat. But if you ever hear of anyone asking, like, well, what test can we do? Like, there's you a good idea of one that's, if it's coplanar and of equal altitude over a vast distance, which has already been shown with observations, many observations. They want to claim optical tricks, right? So, but there's you a good test. It would work.
They cannot prove Earth curvature itself, so they will grab anything. They, in their mind, they will go, oh, I have to grab something to explain it. So, yeah, they say just refraction and that's it. Because, and they use this a lot of, they just say a word and they stay behind this shield, this, just say that, say gravity, say science. We have seen this. They just say a word and they stay behind it. And we are the ones that have to prove it, not them, So they think that they are not the guys that have to prove it. They think that we have to prove it to debunk it.
I let them think what they want to. They'll just fall behind the curve. Pun intended. Just put us ahead of the curve.
And it's curious because they are making almost the same questions again and again. They spend like an hour talking to us, something like that, and they just they finish. Oh, why would they lie? It's repetition in their mind. They have some information, the same information that we did receive at school and television, and something fails, they go to next thing, and at the end they ask, oh, why would they lie? They don't pay attention that governments lie. Come on.
Yeah, why does the murderer murder? Why does the thief steal? Why does, you'd have to be in that mind. So it's like an irrelevant question. It doesn't matter why they would lie. Right? We can give a shit ton of reasons why they would lie. Fact is, they're lying. Now once, I guess it kind of does matter why they're lying when there's a spiritual aspect to it, or when there's, especially when there's a control aspect as far as resources go, and if you're trying to free yourself from that control. But as far as why liars lie, that's just completely irrelevant to the argument, though, of whether or not the lie is a lie. And this is something that we've argued for, I don't know, some people longer than I have, but for the past, 8 years. I seriously have a hard time staying engaged with the argument anymore. It's so below me at this point. I try to think of, and I can't imagine, the people that have been in it for 10 plus years. Oh my gosh.
It's more psychological, They have this information in their heads. We did receive the same information, but some of us, can escape from those lies and wake up. And there are others that they spend many years and they are repeating the same things, and they don't get it. They don't want to wake up. They prefer to keep staying alive. That fairy tale story.
Yeah, this topic brought me to a lot of other questions. in life, and I guess since no one else is talking, I generally don't like to talk about it. I mean, I love to talk about it. I just don't like to talk about it in a room full of people that aren't interested, you know. But um, it brought me to the topic of, because I had a passion in a lot of things, but it brought me to the topic of energy and consciousness. And now I just have such a passion for both. Those have been, for the past, I guess, 4 years, those two topics have been the things that I've been, you know, most focused on. And with energy, you have the free energy idea, and the fact that Tesla was onto a lot of shit. Like, he could have transmitted power wirelessly to the whole world. And, you know, they started shutting shit down and shutting down the research on it. I think that's important, and I think that's where most beneficial focus could be, that and consciousness. Because there is a thing also with consciousness where there is the power of the mind and the power of thought and the power of consciousness. And when it comes to energy, because electricity, magnetism, and the energy that we can directly interact with and utilize is not the only energy that's out there. There's also a spiritual energy, like a mind energy in the world, especially if you hold the viewpoint that God is just the one mind that everything else exists in, which I kind of do hold. And if you don't, that's fine. That's cool. I mean, I'm cool to disagree with people because I don't know, right? And until I know, then my opinion may change. But the idea that they want to like put all this fake shit out there for the world to believe in, it's kind of like, it makes me wonder, and it makes me ask the questions and explore the idea that they're just trying to hijack the power of the mind and the consciousness of everybody in the world. If they get everybody focused and thinking on the same thing, even if it's a lie, that they can somehow hijack the power, that lies within, or what have you. Or maybe they're not like gaining anything from it. Maybe they're just causing you to be at a deficit where you lose some of your power because you're believing in a fake idea or some fantasy or whatever.
Exactly. This is not from me what I'm going to say. It's from a guy. He's a flat earth guy now. He was a Glober, and he's talking about these elites, and he has access to some information. And the goal, it's the main goal, it's to make people dumb, stay dumb. So they are just controlling the information. And that's it. They are keeping them. They found something, other sources of energy, and they just keep to them. They don't share to us, and we have to pay the electricity bill. It's a business.
I don't know about you, but I kind of see narratives being placed and like a goal being headed towards and achieved. Like this is kind of really off topic. But,
yeah, but it's
so
there's always an agenda, and we have seen, that Illuminati game, and they even talk about flat earthers, People laugh, but flat earthers know something. So,
well, it's kind of funny that with Trump being elected, and then this Doge government efficiency or whatever, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy is going to like head the Doge. I'm just going to lay some things out that I see. Like I can't help but see it. It's so obvious that I don't understand why other people don't see it. Like Trump may very well be the last president, to be honest with you. Because they're using AI. That's what Ukraine is all about. In Ukraine, in the war with Ukraine, they're using AI for the war. So it's kind of like beta testing. It's kind of like testing out AI to see how efficient it is, or find out where they need to like work on a few things. But then when Trump and this Doge department gets enacted, they're going to set up AI for governance. It's going to be AI governance from here on out, regardless of whether or not they elect another president after Trump or whatever. We all know that they're just like puppet heads, and they're not the ones really calling the shots. And some, I used to think, well, there's money in the tech that runs the world. Rothschilds being the money and the Rockefellers being the tech. And I know the Rockefellers have like a shit ton of money too, right? But they don't really control the money. They don't control the banks. It's the Rothschilds. So with money controlling the world, and the world getting to a point to where there's only going to be one ruler and not like a handful of rulers, like the Bilderberg Group, or like just a handful of 5 people, or maybe even down to 2 people. Like eventually it's going to be to where only one is going to rule. And then you're going to see a war between the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, a war between the money and the tech. And that's kind of like, and I called this years ago, and I could still be wrong. And if I am, that's cool. Like, it'll change as new shit happens, the new information goes on. But it kind of seems like that's what it is. I mean, William Rockefeller allegedly died in a fire, or Rothschild, sorry, my bad. But then you have Trump coming in with this Doge efficiency after the Ukraine war, which is where they were testing the AI. And then now they're going to use AI to help them with, eliminating waste, corruption, and all this shit, and getting the government to work efficient. So it's going to be, we're entering into the age of AI governance. And it's finally, it's like when.
Do you know who's going to come out on top? Rockefeller or Rothschilds?
Rockefeller.
If
it is even that. Like, I don't even know that it is like money versus tech, Rothschilds versus Rockefellers. I don't even know that.
Guys, the elites are not fighting each other. They're working together against you.
Right. I've always thought that, but think about it. Like, what that is the case.
You know who wins in the end?
But if it goes to the point to where one of them gains so much power that they want to overcome the other one, and if money rules the world, the Rothschilds kind of had the upper hand all this time.
They're working together. They're working together against you. They're not in competition with each other. They're working together against you.
Do you know who wins in the end?
I kind of think that that's fallacious too.
You lose in the end.
The creator
No.
always wins in the end.
Yeah, Christ wins in the end, baby.
No, you lose at the end because you're still not understanding who's fighting who, because you don't understand.
It's Satan versus Jesus. That's what everything's about, dude.
Well, see, I kind of have a different view on all that too, and respectfully, because I was Christian for many years of my life, over 40 years of my life. I have a different view of that, because when you look into like Maxwell and J.J. Thompson, and back into those folks, right, and even the ones before them, when you look into that, it's like there was a trinity of energy. You have the male force, the female force, and then you have the neutral center. And I think this is they've taken the fundamental fabric of what all of creation is made of and made it an esoteric knowledge, to where if you understand what you're reading, then you know what you know how to manipulate it and govern it, right? You can use it to your advantage and so forth. But if you don't know that, then it's going to be presented to you as a religion, and then you're going to think like the male and the female must be united to become one. And then they have this neutral head that is neither male nor female that governs them both. That's the Trinity. To me, they've just taken science and the mechanisms, the fundamental mechanisms of life, and turned it into a religion. I still think that we should worship the Creator. I still think that we should speak truth and, walk in the way that Jesus laid out for us, because he was like, be righteous. He laid out the way that we should walk. I think it's a way, and I think we should live that way. But I don't believe that religions are legit at all. And I think this Trinity versus, like I could go on for so long about this, but I won't ear rape you about it all. But I kind of there. If you look into, I'll show you. Who's the one that said that? I'll DM you some stuff if you're interested. If you're not, that's cool. I won't be offended.
Sure, I'm down. Christ is Lord.
I agree.
Did send that to the right person, didn't I? You get that?
Yeah.
Okay. Had a different name, so I wasn't sure. But yeah, I kind of think that that's the case. I think that's what they've done, and everything that is like male force energy is in the physical world. It's in the physical realm, and it's tangible. We can manipulate it. We can measure it. But that's the like the expansive force, right? Things that expand outward. The female force is things that go inward, right? Things that that go inward into. It's in the sympathetic vibratory physics. They talk a lot about it, and then they will pull up. Here, I'll post a link. 2 links. I'll post 2 links in the chat. And it's.
I'm just gonna say, as much as the demonic AI is demonic, just last month they have added another proof to proving Christ. Thanks, AI. I like it when you can trick AI. That shit's hilarious to me.
Yeah, I've been using Gemini for like maybe 3 months or whatever. And I didn't realize, see, I thought like I would just type in a prompt and it would like give me something based on what I typed in. I didn't realize after it sent me something, I can then rebut what it sent me. Like I just figured that out a couple weeks ago.
Heck.
It's fun.
Jeez, man, that was day one for
like
me.
getting the AI to concede that the Earth is flat. Huh?
That was day one for me. As soon as I started using them, I knew exactly that you could do follow-up questions.
Oh, I'm a dude. I'm a boomer at heart. I had no idea. Just like with AI images, like if you type in something and it gives you an image of something that you're looking for, you can expound more on that image. Like you could say to it, like, okay, keep the background, keep the stuff on the desk, keep his face the same, but change his outfit, and then it'll try to do that.
Yeah, because
it just never occurred to me.
I was doing the same thing. I was trying to get a photograph, but I had to fine tune the details. So you're going like, oh yeah, make it more photorealistic, and things like that.
Right.
You see what they were able to create with AI these days? I'm big into crypto, right? And they're combining AI and deepfake to try and scam people with their shitty websites. Oh yeah, hey, Elon Musk says, yeah, go sign up on this website, and the only sign up you have to do is pass a CAPTCHA, and I'll give you 0.31 Bitcoin, which is $40,000 Canadian, which is like 28
for a long time.
And like just the fact, like I looked at his lips, every word matched up, sounded exactly like they do it with him, Trump, a bunch of other major fucking players in this world. And then as soon as you like try and withdraw that Bitcoin, it's like, oh, please deposit $400. I'm like, fuck you.
Yep. Yeah, they've been doing that scam for a long time, and even YouTube's been taking their ad money. So YouTube's a bunch of scammers too.
I've used AdBlock on YouTube ever since that shit got ads. I don't give a fuck. But it's like if AI and the deep fake and shit like that would be so easy to like coming in 2025, 2026, people won't know what the fuck is real or what the fuck is fake. Like we are cooked.
Now, 2024 passed the threshold before 2024 with like excuse me, AI and AI videos, AI images. It was easy to spot, even with dubs. Like you could have a video of Putin, singing a Jay-Z song, and it'll look so realistic. But that's new. Like up until a year ago, you could spot it. What tripped me out is somebody was playing a song that was completely made by AI with AI vocals, and I was listening to it, and it took me a minute to even realize that it was AI. And I'm like, oh, that scared me because I'm a musician and stuff, and like it kind of fooled me. My ears a little, when I'm listening to things, I tend to listen to certain, I listen really attentively. And like 2 minutes of the song went through, and I'm like, oh wait, this is AI. And the only reason why I realized it was AI because somebody told me it was. And it kind of, that kind of scared me a little bit. It's going to be so easy to get people to start worshiping CGI aliens. Because now you literally can't trust anything you see on a screen anymore because of AI.
True. And like while it does, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like I don't know, I'm a big anime watcher, and I've watched a lot of animes, and now they're making comedic redubs with the AI with the characters' voices. Like you don't need much of the character's voice to make someone's character or a real person clip to make AI with.
Nope, you just need a couple sentences.
And like while it is entertaining, like the dark shit that you can do with this AI, I've seen some fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, it's scary because now the lines are blurred now. Now it's literally, unless you're doing like, I'm going to make up my own term, like computer forensics or something, like where you're like tapping into it and finding out that, oh, this is AI. You can't tell anymore just by the eye test. Like if you're just seeing something, you can't know for sure if it's AI or not AI until you like break it down and look at it.
Yeah.
I did not word that well at all, but you guys get what I'm saying. 2025 is going to be interesting.
So
I got a bunch of shit popping off.
How many did I post? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, one is the SVP Wiki, the Sympathetic Vibratory Physics Wiki. The other one is Del Pond going over the sympathetic. It's a YouTube video, Del Pond and Sympathetic Vibratory Physics, where they talk about the female force. The wiki covers it. All of mainstream, those things that you can measure and manipulate, will always be like the male force. If the female force is that which goes inward and concentrates things. And most often, I don't really know of a case where it is measurable, but it's not measurable. It's not meterable. You can't control it. There's like infinite energy. And well, okay, so it's like 2 Eric Dollard. One is the history of electricity. The other one is the origin of energy synthesis. Those two from an electrical engineer. And then SVP Wiki and YouTube video where Del Pond talks about the sympathetic vibratory physics. And then, of course, the final one. But if I could be limited to just a few links to give somebody, those would be the 5 links I would give them, because I think it explains everything. It will answer every question that you could possibly have in the universe about the fundamental nature of the makeup of things, anyway. And it even gets into the spiritual, but it doesn't go that far, that deep into it. But when you get into the sympathetic vibratory physics, that part does take you into the realm where you're dipping your toe into the spiritual aspect of things, which is what governs all physical things. So
look at what I'm posting in the side chat for you.
What's up, Vax? Haven't heard you in a while.
Hello.
Did I recognize your yawn? No, I saw you light up.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just.
You're good. I didn't take it.
I've had a really bad. I had a really bad tooth infection all week. Like my whole jaw. The thing is, like, I broke my tooth like over a year ago, but it's like just giving me problems now. It's been good for like a year, but I think I poked it with like a toothpick or like, trying to floss or something. And it's like it's all up in my ear, and I can't hear anything.
It sucks. I hate that for you, man. I've had it.
Oh, that's all good.
Abscesses suck. But have you ever tried chlorine dioxide? MMS.
MMS, what's that?
It works great. It's called MMS because it's like a master mineral solution. Some people call it a miracle mineral solution. It still goes by the same.
I got you.
MMS.
I got a bunch of shit on that.
Yeah, but I've used it. I had an abscess and used that stuff, and it works wonders to get rid of the pain and to get rid of the inflammation. MMS is great. It's sodium chloride, which is a salt of the earth, mixed with hydrochloric acid. When you mix them together, there's a chemical reaction and it creates chlorine dioxide, which is, and it's a dioxide where it has it has an extra oxygen molecule that it can spare. And when it spares the extra oxygen molecule, it will only do that in areas where it's an anaerobic environment, and that's not what you want in your body, because that's where disease occurs, that's where cancers thrive, and so forth and so on. So if you drink it, it will be attracted through polarity to those environments. It will exchange the extra oxygen molecule, and unlike therapies like hydrogen peroxide therapies, where it does the same thing, but unlike that, it will not cause oxidative stress because it's rendered back as a salt once that happens, unlike hydrogen peroxide therapies, where there's still these, free radicals that are going to be flowing around through your body, and it will cause oxidative stress, although it can still be beneficial. Right? But chlorine dioxide doesn't do that. It's rendered back as a salt, which does no harm to you.
Yeah, salts
I'm
are
gonna
also.
catch some hate, but I found like a packet of amoxicillin a couple days ago that my mother-in-law had from. It's only like a couple months old, but I took that. All the pain's gone, but my ear is still because the infection was on the side of my jaw, kind of, and I think it like kind of like bent the tubes in my ear because all the swelling and just
Tubular, dude.
Yeah, tubular. All the yucky shit. So I can't hear. But the thing is, though, I had a cold a couple weeks ago too. My ears were super. I've always had ear issues my whole life. Anyway, I've had tubes and hole in my eardrum and shit. So it's not really uncommon. But I'm thinking I'm all stuffed up now because of the tooth infection. It's good now though, and the thing is, it sucks. Like this is like the first cavity I've had in my entire adult life. And it's like, I know people that have like no teeth, all their teeth are all jagged and broken and shit. Like, and they don't ever seem like it bothers them. But like, I fuck up one tooth and it just snowballs.
I know. I've noticed that. Like, I know some people like that. It's crazy. It's true though. Like, I'm like, how do you not feel pain? How are you not like dying right now? Another thing, like, okay, so the chlorine dioxide will help with like getting rid of the infection, reducing the inflammation. But then you still have the issue that you have a cavity in your tooth. And I wish I'd known this so many years ago. I haven't really talked to anybody that's used it. I've used the chlorine dioxide. I know it works. I've used it for many different things. I have a lot of testimonies on that stuff. So that's why I say that. But this I haven't used myself, so I don't know. And I wish someone had told me years ago. I would have definitely tried it. But just whatever you do, don't ever get root canals, because this could never be possible if you get a root canal. If you look up diverse health services, they have a website, and they also have a YouTube channel. The doctor does, because he goes totally against mainstream in most areas. Goes against vaccines, all that stuff. He was injured by the polio vaccine and so forth. So he was educated the hard way about Big Pharma. His name is Dr. Tent. He's out of Michigan. And he talks about using, he says, like, and I've heard this in many different areas, so there's like a lot of correlation to support this. But like the claim is that if you have like a bad liver, you can eat liver and it'll repair, which the liver does it does grow back and repair itself. And I think most people know that.
You know why?
Whatever you have like something that's bad or ill or damaged, if you eat that thing. So if you have a bad tooth, the theory is you can consume tooth, and it will regrow itself. And he's got like natural, herbs, and he's got his own lab where he can produce his own shit, and he's got his own website. Dr. Tent, if you listen to his videos, listen to the one about energy. Just type, when you look up Dr. Tent on YouTube, look up the one about energy. That I think has been the most informative one. He's got like things on his website where you can purchase certain supplements, and one is Dentabone. And I know that there's doggy treats called Dentabone. It's not the same thing. This is for humans.
Yeah, the green.
Yeah.
Those green ones. Yeah.
If you consume the Dentabone, there's testimonies of people claiming that they have pushed out cavities and regrown their teeth. Like
you can't like. Yeah.
They would have fillings and start taking that, and it would push the fillings out.
Yep.
As it regrowed.
Yeah, that's been well known for a long time by what's his name, Weston Price. He's got X-rays from decades ago, which people are regrowing bone in their teeth.
Yeah, like if you split your tooth in half, you can graft it back together. If you put the tooth back.
I just don't know of any. Well, it's kind of like a bone or like a tree, Yeah, it's like grafting. I just don't know of any other doctor that's doing it though, besides Dr. Tent.
I've heard of what's known as tooth seeds as well. That they would implant some stem cells that grow teeth, and they implant it in your gum, and you will grow a new tooth.
Nice.
And I've even heard about a guy who got hit by lightning, and he grew a third set of teeth.
Oh, geez.
That's some Nephilim level shit. Nephilim have 2 rows of teeth.
Yeah,
so didn't Goliath, didn't he?
Yeah, there are those people that grow multiple teeth.
But like any vegetable or anything that you see that resembles a type of an organ will benefit that organ. Like cabbage is good for your brain. Olives are good for your eyes,
What are mushrooms good for then?
Yeah, they are.
They're good for making you mushy. I'm just playing.
Eggplant. No Glovers in here.
I call some flat earthers earthers because how eggplant takes on the flavor of the foods that it's cooked with. It's like some people are like eggplants. They take on the flavor of the people they submerge themselves with.
I'm like that. I don't take on their flavor, but like if I get put in a room and everyone's like really bummed out and sad, like it'll just like I'll absorb that. Sucks. Sensitive.
Yeah, the only person I knew who knew how to make eggplant properly was my Italian neighbor. Her eggplant was delicious.
Ooh.
My Italian neighbor.
Yo?
I'm Italian, and I haven't been taught to cook Italian because none of my family. I know this is gonna sound weird. None of my family that I was raised with was Italian, but I'm Italian. Anyway, I was raised country though, and I like fried green tomatoes. And you can cook eggplant just like you do fried green tomatoes, and it's awesome. You can also do like eggplant parmesan. You can cook eggplant with whatever you want to, really. It'll just take on the flavor of whatever you cook it with. Fried eggplant, sliced with a thickness of like maybe 3/4 of an inch thickness, with cornmeal and flour, a little heavy on the cornmeal, more cornmeal than flour, like 2/3 to 1/3 ratio. Rolled in egg and fried in butter. It's really good just by itself. FYI. I didn't even know that. We grew some this year and I tried it that way. And it was really good. I liked it. Dude, I would love to cook Italian foods the way Italians do.
I've never had eggplant.
Pretty good. It's more spherical than it is like, these emojis that they have of eggplants. They don't quite look like that. Or at least not the ones that I grew. They're more round. They're not spherical, but they're more round than what these emojis on Discord show.
Welcome. Yeah, they don't look like cucumbers. Oh. Oh, man, I guess I'm tired. I guess I'm a hop off here. You guys have a good one.
Take care of that tooth.
Bing bong.
Say what?
So do you know why the liver regenerates itself?
Do I know why?
Because we were made in God's image.
Yeah, do you know why it does regenerate itself?
Well, I would say because it's got cells that, like you. I mean, that's a weird question. Do I know why it does?
Yeah.
It has the ability to. Are you saying like why the creator made us in such a way that
Nope.
the liver does, or by what
The
mechanism
physical
it does?
process of why the liver regenerates itself. And the sole reason is because when you eat food, goes through the small intestine, gets absorbed, and the very first place all those nutrients go is the liver. So the liver gets first chance at everything.
First dibs.
First dibs. Yep. So that's why it can. That's why it can regenerate itself.
So if I'm like in a group of individuals and they're talking and they're like giving something away and I'm like, I'm the liver, that means I got dibs.
You got dibs. Yep. It's also why it gets poisoned first when you drink too much alcohol and all that stuff. So
First Shelby liver. Yep. Well, then that means that, okay, when a fetus is developing, then you have the brain and the heart are first, and then next is the liver. Has to be, right? It must be so.
well, I don't remember what it was when I was that young. So
Let's see. Let me look back. When I was in the womb, what do I remember? I think my brain developed first. No, I'm just playing. I don't think nobody does.
apparently there are some children who remember their time in the womb.
Well, yeah. Well, people claim to. I don't know.
Because he goes,
Still skeptical about that, but okay.
this young child drew a picture, and he drew a picture of his birth, and he had a cow stepping on him, and he said, "Mommy was pushing too hard." Of course, I don't remember anything.
Or originally, I would think the lungs would have to be next, but not really because I remember.
Don't need to breathe until you're like getting ready to be popped out.
Yeah, my youngest daughter was early, and my water had broken like at 16 weeks, but I didn't lose all of it. There was enough water around her mouth, and she was head down position, and there was enough fluid still yet around her mouth for her to get the fluid into her lungs for her lungs to develop. So at 16 weeks, her lungs were not developed yet, and then when they're born, their lungs still may not. She was 3 months early, so her lungs still wasn't developed. She was like, had issues with breathing, bronchopulmonary dysplasia, and she had hydrocephalus too. So the drainage of the fluid in the brain also is not one of the first things, but you would think that the lungs and that and the spinal cord and all that would be first, but it's not. It can't be because it just takes so long to develop that it takes the entire 40 weeks of gestation for it to fully develop. One of the two.
Yeah, fully mature. Yeah.
I would say though that the brain and the heart and then the liver. I'd say the liver would be next in line.
Because you need that heart to do the circulatory system. Without that, you got nothing else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, since you're a mother, I want to ask, how long after you gave birth did they cut the umbilical cord?
Well, that one really doesn't count because she was taken cesarean style, and she was 3 months early. Like when she was born, she was only 2 pounds and 11 ounces. When she was born, if you take your thumb and you hold it up like a hitchhiker's thumb, and where it bends, the knuckle where it bends at, from there where it bends to the tip of your thumb, that is how long her entire head was. Because I would pet the side of her head in the incubator, and half of my thumb would cover her head. Didn't even, like, my thumb was longer than her head was. So she doesn't really count, but I have 3 children, and the first 2 children that I had were full term, and I wasn't aware of all the things that I'm aware of now. and they cut the umbilical cord immediately. And if I could do it over again, I would leave the
Bastards.
umbilical cord on it. Yeah.
You're supposed to wait until the umbilical cord turns white.
Yeah, so it gets all the blood and nutrients out of it.
Because there's a lot of blood and nutrients still left in the cord.
Yep.
But that, you know why they cut the cords early? Because they want to sell that blood.
Yes.
They take the blood from the cord and they sell it. That's a crime to steal that from the baby.
It makes you feel raped. It's like, that was mine. They took that from, it's like crazy. I agree. I wished I'd known then what I know now.
Yep, they should be prosecuted. The doctors should be prosecuted for half of what they do every single day.
I agree. And did you hear Biden pardoned his son, and they're thinking of giving like this sweeping pardon? But you know what? That's really the only way that they can do it, to carry out their agenda, right? And to still leave Trump looking like the good guy, looking like the savior, the one that's going to end the corruption, is to, because that was one of the things the first time he was in office. Everybody was pissed because he said, lock her up, and he never did lock her up.
Oh, you know
Now
why?
when he gets, well, I know.
Because she has all the dirt on everybody. They lock her up, she's going to spill the beans, and everybody in there is going to go to prison.
Wait, who?
Hillary. Hillary knows everything. She knows all the crimes they've been committing. That's why she gets away with her crimes. Because they're all doing the same crimes.
Well, here's what they're doing this time. Instead of having him to take the backlash from people who voted for him and saying, why didn't you do this? Because he really wants to leave himself a legacy. They're gonna install AI to be the new governance. And instead of him locking Fauci up and all these criminals that he's been calling out, and the corruptors that's been doing the corrupting, calling them out, the only way he can still be seen as a good guy is if he has an out for not prosecuting them, putting them in jail, because they belong in jail. They belong in prison. And
They don't belong in jail, especially people like Fauci. Now that we can confirm him, Bill Gates, and that shit, that was just a fucking depopulation plan. They killed us. That shit, they deserve a public. I can't say that shit out loud, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, this is their out. This is how they're going to avoid it, and this is how he's going to get around it and not have to lock everybody up. Is Biden is going to pardon everyone who's, who the public knows is a criminal, who's been exposed, all the patsies and scapegoats that they've used to push this. People are corrupt and all the government corruption. Because if you look up on YouTube, all the hearings that they've been having for the past 2 or 3 years, it's been about government corruption ever since Trump left office. They've been exposing a lot of shit. And I've been like, why are they exposing this? It's like, it's crazy that they're exposing this, that Fauci's a criminal and that he lied. Like all of these government corruption that they've been exposing. Well, now I know why. Because on Biden's way out, he's going to pardon all of them. And Trump can't be blamed for not putting them in prison.
Trump's going to usher in the Antichrist. He's a higher level Freemason than all of them are.
Well, he's going to be seen as the savior, the good guy that brings peace and security to the world.
Yeah, and Jared Kushner will be the Antichrist.
Because everything he says sounds good. Like, it totally sounds good. And everything that he talks about and everything that he says, yeah, we'd all like to see it happen. But we know that whatever's coming, they're not bringing it about to benefit the people. Even though that's the narrative that they're pushing. So that's their out. That's the out that they have. Biden is going to, in a corrupt, senile, dementia-infested way, the old man who's suffering dementia and is senile and is just a puppet head, on his way out, he's going to abuse his powers and pardon everybody.
I don't think he's senile anymore.
She can't be pardoned for crimes against humanity, though.
Well, that's another thing, is the United States does not see the international court system as having any jurisdiction over the U.S. And if they have to...
Don't need an international court. Any court can be charged, people charged with crimes against humanity.
Yeah, but you have contract law and you have written laws, and if the people vote in legislators that pass laws, even though the Constitution should be, it is the ultimate law of the land, right?
The Constitution is in abeyance. All the original signatories of the Constitution are dead. It's no longer in force.
Well, all the people that vote these legislators in that install these laws, that the justice system is going to go by. Like, it's not going to see these people as criminals, right? Because why? They're going to receive a pardon, or it's the court system is not going to have jurisdiction over them, or and then fill in the blank.
Yeah, like I said, you can be pardoned for minor crimes. You can't be pardoned for murder or treason or crimes against humanity.
Is that how the law is written? I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. I did want to though. So if you do you know, like
I
is
said,
that really...
you can't be pardoned for. You can be pardoned for minor crimes. Can't be for high crimes. No, cannot receive a pardon for those.
Well,
if the evidence is overwhelming, the only people who get pardoned for murder is when the evidence gets overturned.
Well, maybe you need to get more involved in and become one of those who are involved in a way to speak out. Like that's another thing too, is I think not engaging in the system and not being part of the system, you still are under the influence of it because you still have to interact with it, and it can still be tyrannical against you. So I think it's kind of a psyop not to engage and not to be interactive with the system when you can give your voice and you can become part of it and actually be interactive with it and speak out and bring the things like what you're saying and what I'm saying to the table for, we're kind of subservient to it, whether we like it or not. The system can wipe us out when we cannot be subservient to it. But I think it's the psyop not being engaged and not interacting with it. Because it's a way to keep us quiet, right? To where all of those who do have power and are interacting with it won't hear.
Let me answer that sweet potato and the thing. Yes, if they find crimes that Hunter committed that are treason, his pardon will not protect him at all. He will still suffer punishment for it.
Yeah, but it takes someone coming against it or opposing it or speaking out about it or bringing what you just said to the forefront.
You bring it forth to a judge. And if the judge won't do anything, you can have the judge arrested for misprision of treason or misprision of felony. Those are serious crimes as well.
Yeah, but who's going to bring it up?
You can. Anybody can. You don't need a prosecutor to prosecute crimes. Anybody can do it. We're all equal under the law. You get 3 people to sign a affidavit that someone's committed a crime, a judge has to issue a warrant for their arrest. See, they hide these things from you about how the system works. Just go and ask them. Okay, we know this person's committing a crime. How do we get an arrest warrant for him? They have to tell you.
I mean, I agree with you, but we know that they do things that are illegal all the time.
Yeah, because we let them get away with it.
Exactly. That's what I was getting to say. And most times it's because no one speaks up. So
we used to tar and feather politicians who committed crimes. We don't do that anymore because we're a bunch of pussies.
Well, I sure do miss the good old days. The good old days of Flat Earth. Or at least my good old days, because my good old days might not be the same for everybody else's. We're all in it for different years. I miss the old crew, though. That's why I came in here today, because I'm like, I'm just going to go see what everybody's doing.
Well, what's your origin story? How did you become a flat earther?
Hang on a second. Let me be right back. I'm sorry, I've got to run to the restroom. Been
Take your
put
time.
off and waiting for a minute.
So, like, if Earth is round, why are my shoes flat?
Bobbity boobity bobbity bob. Who said that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get it.
Are you a flat earther or are you a round earther?
I don't see no circle. Earth is flat. My grandpappy doesn't live on the marble. I mean, if it was round, why would we not fall off? Checkmate.
Checkmate, atheist.
Okay. Who was it? Asked me? Rayleigh?
Yep,
Or-
that was me.
Okay. It's not any big fabulous story or anything like that. Like, literally, I was just, like on the weekends or when I was off work at the time, I was like, I always try to look for things to relax with, and I didn't watch television. I was already off of television, and I'd already started looking into other things like health stuff with, the fluoride and the iodine and big pharma. And I was already looking into, I was looking into a few other things, but mainly the health stuff. So I just quit watching. I just didn't pay attention to TV. Like, it had already been some years since I'd watched television. And so I would look into these other channels, and Alex Jones, I would watch him. I would watch Joe Rogan, of course. I still watch Joe Rogan off and on. But, I was looking into those other things. And Dr. Group talked about the fluoride and the iodine. And then I dove into that a little bit because it totally made sense. I'm like, okay, our thyroid gland, there's 4 halogens, and iodine is a halogen, and it needs iodine. But the thyroid cannot distinguish from one halogen to another. So if you fill it full of another halogen that is toxic to you, like fluoride, then it won't look to attract or absorb iodine. And that's why everybody's iodine deficient. And it's kind of like with your pineal gland. And when I looked into those two things, I'm like, that was, I think, the foundation of all of the health stuff that I started looking into. And in my endeavors looking into the health stuff, I guess the algorithms considered me a conspiracy theorist because it started like feeding me a bunch of flat earth stuff when flat earth started coming onto YouTube. I saw it and I laughed so hard the first one I saw. I'm like, no way people believe this. I'm like, okay, I'm going to create a watch later playlist, and I'm going to watch all of these over the weekend when I'm off work, when I just want to laugh. That's kind of how it happened. And I expected to watch it as comedy, something to laugh about, and read all the comments. Like, that was my plan. That's kind of not how it happened. Because I'd already seen a few things that made me, like when I saw them, I'm like, a few things come to mind, and I'm like, but what if? I kept asking myself, but what if because of this? And what if because of that? And then when I watched the videos, I did, like, the first few points that they made, I was like smiling and laughing inside, but not really out loud because some of it started making sense. And then the more I got into it, I think it was Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. Because at least 20 of them I had experienced, right? I don't even know that there is 200 proofs. Like, a lot of them are repeated, and some of them are just extensions of others, especially with the sun. Like, the sun totally looked local to me. Crepuscular rays and watching it pass through clouds. I think the sun was the first thing that kind of like broke it, the programming it in my mind. And I've always had a passion for the sun. I've been obsessed with it anyway. So, and I remember as a kid, I used to lay down on the ground and look up at the sun. And everybody said, don't stare at the sun, don't stare. But once I remember as a kid, I'd look at it. And after a while, it appeared to swirl. It looked swirly to me. And it pulsated. And I always liked to stare at it until that happened for whatever reason. I don't even know why. I just did. And then when the thing about the sun came up, I was like, dude, that is totally true. It is local because you can see it pass through the clouds. You can see the crepuscular rays. It damn sure isn't 93 million miles away. But I was still skeptical. So I went to like the top of a mountain and was observing the sun, to observe the sun. But I noticed while I was at the top of that mountain that I could see, because I was in a mountainous area, I could see the top of the mountain ridges of all the mountains around me because I was at the tip top of it. None of them seemed to tilt. None of them seemed to drop away. Like you could just see the ridges of the mountains for as far as your eye would let you see. And I'm like, dude, the earth is not dropping away anywhere. It's not curving. It is totally flat. And then it is like, it broke my brain. And it took me a while after that. It took me a while to like let it all sink in and soak in. It was just obvious to me. Looking from the mountaintop and knowing that it never drops away. They're all level, horizontal. Nothing tilts ever. And the sun is definitely local. And then the thing about water, that was the nail in the coffin for me. Water doesn't bend around anything. It takes the shape of its container when left undisturbed, and it seeks its level, and it's always level and horizontal. And post note, P.S., level doesn't mean curved.
Have you ever seen a water droplet?
Have you ever, let me ask you the same thing. I have. I'll answer you and say yes. But have you ever seen a water droplet that is left undisturbed once it's not moving?
Once it's not moving?
Once it's not moving, and it's
Depending on the size and if there is minerals in it, it could lose tension over time. And it could dissolve, it could get absorbed by the carpet, it could be evaporated.
Yeah, the water droplet argument, I don't even know why anybody still tries to make it, because we're talking about how water behaves, how large bodies of water behave when left undisturbed. They always take the shape of their container and they seek their level. So a water droplet, the only way you can have a water droplet is if you've got like condensation beads on something, and then you're dealing with water tension.
That's not the only way you can get a water droplet.
Well, you can have one falling through the air, but it's still moving. It's not like it hasn't settled or being left
until it touches the ground.
It's still being disturbed. It's still being disturbed as it's falling, right? Like it's not a large body of water. So it's like you got to pay attention to all of the terminology. Large bodies of water, first and foremost, take the shape of their container, and
except for the waves.
Level. That's not. Yeah, that's the disturbance.
How do you know that large bodies of water will always seek some sort of like horizontally aligned level all across the entire world when you don't even see them doing that?
Because every large container or body of water I've ever observed, that's all it's ever done. Someone can show me doing it something different, then I will change my thinking.
Except for the waves, but you assume that they're just disturbance and not some kind of gravitational body.
Wait a second. You need to talk about
a little wave pool down there, or
droplet of water. So you're going to micro scale, and how about you join all those droplets drops of water and in a aquarium and show me curvature, because in the micro scale it's one thing,
but you guys just say
micro scale is one thing, but show me that in an aquarium. Show me that water is not level.
I don't even know why you bring up waves. Waves have nothing to do with what water is doing along the surface that it's in. Like whether water is curved.
Waves have nothing to do with water along the surface that it's in. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, they have nothing to do whether or not it's curving around an object.
I don't know. I think you should go back to staring at the sun more.
Well, what do you think? What do you think constitutes a wave? You have the level surface of the water, and you can't even measure. You can't even measure a wave until the water is pushed up above the horizontal level.
He's gone. So, he had no proof.
Come on. A droplet of water.
Yeah. I would not argue.
What's a droplet of water do in a vacuum?
I would not argue for the globe if that was the only argument I had. For sure. I wouldn't even embarrass myself. In a vacuum, it changes state. Is what it does.
It boils.
Yeah, and then it freezes.
Let's see. So it's just a repetition.
It is
they are repeating the same old things. A droplet of water. Come on, it's what they have the best. Now they can join all those droplets of water and put inside a fish tank or aquarium, and maybe they can show me the surface curving. How about that? Or maybe let's go move on to a big lake. Maybe they can show a curvature. It has been done 2012. It has been done in Lake Titicaca, the largest one at South America continent, and no curvature there. So with perfect conditions, you can see farther away. So they have to show that curvature because they came here talking about droplets of water. It's a joke, and they are it's not just one doing this. It's a repetition.
And he knows it too, Pilot.
It's just a repetition. Why I cannot see China? I mean, these guys don't know that pilots, they have, before they are flying, they have to account visibility, 3 miles at least visibility. So they're not doing observations, nothing. They just came here, sitting in their chair and talking what they have in their mind. They're repeating the same old questions again and again. They think they are smarter than us,
Yeah, all they show is they don't understand physics at all.
Yeah.
Lighthouses and lasers, they don't shine forever. So why would you think a cheap reflection off something 300, 500 miles away you would be able to see?
Surplus of water, and then the guy wants to talk about gravity. Yeah, why this droplet of water is not falling down? Is that a mystery?
Yeah, a droplet of water forms because of surface tension due to the pressure around it. And that doesn't form because the Earth is curved. But we all know that. Everyone knows that. Even he knows that. That's why he left. It's cool. It's okay. Like getting a hive mind drone to measure that they're all coplanar and of equal altitude over a vast distance. Once that's done, no one can make an argument. Period. So I just laugh when I hear all this because I know here soon.
I did say this. I prefer to talk to people that construct. They are builders, construct houses. To talk to those guys instead of political guys. Because these political guys, they don't have experience in life, and they just they don't have experience. They don't do observations, because came in here and say why I cannot see China. I mean, What observation they did made to ask this question? Nothing. For example, there's mountains here in Portugal. There's mountains that belong to Spain. there are days it's perfect blue sky, and I cannot see those mountains. Something is in the front. Some haze, some white haze. Yeah, very interesting. So the guys want to see China. Why not Mexico? They are repeating all the same over and over. It's the dumb questions. So, if I talk to a construct guy, the guy doesn't care about the droplet of water. The guy will say, I use a water level, and I can level a big area, like a pool. And it's level. Those are more smart than these dumb guys,
Yeah, it's kind of absurd because, they use it to make sheets of glass. They use water, the consistency, and the confidence that it's just going to seek its level, and the surface is always going to be level, no matter, even when it takes the shape of the container. No matter what that shape is, the surface is going to be level. And it's so consistent, and it never deviates from that behavior to the point that they use it to make panes of glass with. They use it to level large construction with. They use it in every sense of the word. Anytime that they want to level anything, they use that confidence because it happens every time. A sad day for them.
Yeah. And, these days we have anti-flat world guys. They don't like flat. I say to them too. Yeah, how it is said in Portuguese: flat Earth, plain Earth. So yeah, you can use a plane. Because they don't understand when we say flat Earth that we are saying that we are living in the same plane of existence. They construct buildings vertically and horizontally, and that's it. They don't like the word flat, so yeah, use plane.
Yeah, so I did some of the same rabbit holes you did. I first started with the medical industrial complex. Then the faked moon landings. And then 9/11 and all that stuff. But I first heard about Flat Earth back in, I'd say, 2004. When they had a radio interview with the guy who was now the newest president of the Flat Earth Society.
Wait, who is that?
I guess it was Daniel Shelton or something like that. That's before the well, it was still you signed up and got a card from them. You had paid for a membership. Because there was an older version, but the guy who ran it, he died, and it kind of fell away to the side, and then this guy picked it up afterwards. Oh yeah, I thought the radio interview with him was kind of funny because of some of the things he was saying. But I didn't quite dismiss it because of already I had gone through the other rabbit holes where everybody's lying to us and telling us things that are blatantly false. So in the back of my mind, I kind of kept it there. And then in like 2014, 2015, it started getting popular on YouTube. And then I'm like, okay, what's going on with this stuff now? Because I had already been exposed to it. So it didn't seem like a shock to me. And then I'm like, so I went and started looking at all the different stuff, and I tried to look at this stuff more of the stuff that was trying to debunk flat Earth. And then I looked at that and went like, well, these guys are insane. They don't have no clue what they're talking about. And that's how I became a flat earther. The people trying to debunk flat Earth were the ones that convinced me the Earth was flat.
Good afternoon, folks.
Good evening and good night.
Very quiet on here today. Usually when I log in this time, it's a shit show.
Yeah, you just missed all the stuff we were talking about.
Okay. Any juicy parts I missed?
We were talking about origin stories, about how we came into the flat Earth.
Oh, okay. They're always good to listen to.
And
apparently nobody liked mine because they made no comments.
Truth prevails. She was, speaking his testimony, and then a guy just interrupts, talking about droplets of water.
Raindrops prove a globe.
Raindrops. That's one from about 10 years ago.
Yeah, they keep forgetting that. What does a raindrop do in a vacuum?
Sorry, just say that again.
Yeah, what do raindrops do in a vacuum?
They boil and evaporate.
Yeah, what shape do they take?
They take the shape of gas once they evaporate.
Yep. That's always the weirdest thing. They show that guy in the ISS who's got that water floating in the ISS. See, it forms a ball. Take the air pressure away. Let me know what it does. Like that's the level of stupidity we have from Globers.
The old supposed live streams from the ISS, we can hear these jet engines at the background. We listen that sound. So yeah, they were using their G airplane.
I love stirring up NASA Globies when they're doing a live stream of spacewalks to repair the ISS. And I always ask the question, why do they put all the critical infrastructure on the outside of the ISS where it could get damaged and where people put their lives at risk to repair it?
Yeah, do guys who serve on submarines, do they go outside the submarine to fix it?
Exactly, that's where it leads to.
Yeah. So why would you design this piece of crap in such a way that you have to risk your life to fix it?
They are using zippers in the clothes.
I always start off by asking, hey, can anyone tell me what they're repairing on the ISS today? And then some nerd will come back saying they're fixing this or that. And then I'll say, I've just been watching this for 3 hours, and all they're doing is unclipping and clipping the harnesses all over. I haven't seen them do anything.
Yeah, the American people get sick and tired of even watching the Apollo program. Their ratings kept falling, and people were complaining that they couldn't see their regular TV shows. And then they pulled that Apollo 13 stunt. They did it for ratings.
I don't even think that worked.
Nope. They still got quickly bored. They pulled up the ratings for a bit, but then they probably got bored again. And if I remember correctly, wasn't the landing zone for Apollo 13 supposed to be on the non-sun side of the Terminator? So they would have been in the dark for their entire time they were on the moon?
Yeah, was it Tranquility?
Let me look it up here. They're supposed to land in Fra Mauro.
Can you spell that? Sorry.
Fra, F-R-A, Foxtrot Romeo Alpha, Mauro, Mike Alpha, Uniform Romeo Oscar.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll post a link in the side chat there for it.
Usually they rely on generational change for people to forget, how ridiculous their achievements or what they did, But I think the modern flat Earth movement has just regurgitated some of the old footage and moon landing conspiracy.
Yeah, because even most of the youngest people here, they don't really know what the story is about it. I just asked Copilot what the phase of the moon was for March 15, 1970, which would have been the approximate date that Apollo 13 was supposed to land on the moon. And it has a follow-up question for me. It says, is there a particular reason you're interested in this date?
Well, did you look that up under AI?
Yeah, I used the Copilot AI to look them up.
Oh, interesting. I remember looking that stuff up years and years ago, and there was something ambiguous about it back then when I looked it up. It wasn't quite right, but I can't remember exactly what it was. I'd have to go back through my notes.
I asked the Copilot to show me an image of the moon for that date, and it seems that my image generation tool isn't available right now. Okay, let me switch to another one then.
So in my notes, it was 6% waxing on or around about the 17th, 18th of July, 1969.
Yeah, looks like I'll have to fire up Stellarium and go back to that date. Alrighty.
Do you guys like my profile pic?
Nice.
Yeah, it's a picture taken from Apollo 17 of the Earth.
What is it now?
Globe Earth. You know this picture? It's kind of famous, actually.
Yo, that's sick. You're using the Photoshop picture?
No, it's a real picture.
You're using the Photoshop one, right?
No, it's not Photoshop. It's from Apollo 11, Apollo 17.
How do you suppose a picture can be taken in a second law of
A picture can be taken when?
Wait,
thermotion.
Wait, what year is it from?
I forget, like, maybe
Mobius. What year is it from?
I forget.